people.
Yeah.
And then he called. He's like, "Hey, are you in?"
3 people to film. It was like
This is
a
gonna kill me,
whole
so I'm gonna look.
thing. She did a lot of editing.
That sounds right.
It was awesome.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed by her.
It's like crazy.
Oh, are we filming now?
We are.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
All
Hello.
right. That should be my notification that we started streaming.
Sorry.
Look at that.
No, you're doing great.
It's near Barnstable. Where is this?
I love looking at all of your ornaments. Did you get some of these from Shutterfly?
Yes. My mom got them.
My
That
means
means nothing to
I have one with
Yeah,
an
okay,
on
that's
it
big.
now.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you're on hyannis. I was like, yeah. Like,
I
I was like,
recognize
yeah.
this-
Did someone
the
text
ribbon.
you? It's like someone complained about me. He's like,
Those are
yeah.
so
Well.
cute.
Yeah. He's like, sucks.
If I had
It's
the
like,
elastic.
I don't care. Just like
Think
he said, you
comfortable?
yelled at him. I was like,
I
no.
can give you a big
I just
elastic
told him to
too,
get
but I think
lost,
your
like-
mind's
Yeah.
Yeah. Another time I cut someone
I can
off
also give you a big
at like
elastic
a.
if it's
It
too
was
much
a-
hair.
Thanksgiving parade. I was already late
See
to
if this
picking up the
works.
group, and I had to like wrap
The
around.
problem is that in terms of
Dead
length,
stop.
no, it's
Intersection
kind of
was
working.
open,
There we
and
go.
I just went from the stop
Thank
sign to go. I
So
was,
sorry, it's not
this
a
guy
very
was here,
tight
I was
braid,
here.
because what I was
and like they
trying to
honked
have
at me, and
it
I,
be,
just, like, I gave them a little. I
as
was like,
long as possible, because some of your hair is much
yeah,
shorter
and then
than
they
the rest.
called,
So then it's
and
gonna,
they said that I almost took off their
it's a
bumper.
very, it's kind of like an
and
eye from
that
the front,
I
it won't
made
look
it like a rude
super
gesture.
pulled back. You'll still
Yeah.
have like volume.
I was like,
Wait.
And then you can
like,
have a
they said I
little...
almost took off their bumper. Like,
And then
I hope you have
Yeah, and
like,
then you have a little
cameras
braid.
on.
It's adventure mode.
no, we
Yeah.
don't. No.
Yay,
No.
Again, sorry.
But
it
he's
was
like, yeah, just like
if
go
you actually
gesture to
needed
people.
to
I'm
be
like,
seen by people, I would do it a lot.
that's
better.
not
so
gonna
funny.
happen. Like, if
Yes.
people
Now
deserve a
my hair
gesture,
doesn't hurt.
I'm never gonna like
Yay.
flip
That's
someone
all
off and be like,
I'll put these here
road
in
rage
case.
and stuff. But if like someone does something
Thank you.
stupid, I'll be like,
Oh, wait, I
what
put mine
are
on
you
here,
doing?
so I love it.
Yeah.
If anyone
Like
needs
Boston
another one
deserves
of
it.
these, if you're both happy and sad at the same time or something, which is possible.
Scooters. What is with scooters in Boston?
Yeah.
Twice in the same night, they waited until their light was red before they drove across.
Oh.
That's
Oh.
Like I was going and like
See,
you want it?
Aaron, you're driving in like the worst place in the country. As
It's
soon
so
as you get
true.
out of there,
That's what I've been told.
Yeah, yeah.
I hate driving school. But I think Vermont and New York will be maybe slightly more cold.
Are they too small for your hair?
Oh no! What? It came out?
No. Oh,
Oh,
did it?
it
Oh, no,
did.
it did.
Oh.
Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah, because you did use that. I for a second thought this. Honestly, this one might be better.
So,
You know what? That's okay. I don't need
do we need to go over anybody's character sheets before we start?
Yeah,
No, I feel
really
so.
quick. I have my skill list. I just want to make sure it tracks, or if you want to make it specific. So skills, I'm great with pistols, enigmatic inventor, so I can see things and kind of understand how they work, and a good salesman, so like surface level persuasion. I'm not super charismatic and talk down from deals, but you know, like the speeches and the hey, welcome aboard, so and so.
Makes sense. Okay.
Weaknesses, afraid of getting too close to people due to losing way too many passengers from adventuring.
I don't let that stop us.
So if there's any roles that have to do with like yeah.
Like her. She's trying to be my friends, and I'm just like,
No,
how are
no,
you
we
still alive?
are friends. You might think we're coworkers. We're friends.
Co-worker. She's a passenger.
Fair enough.
And he's my best friend. She doesn't.
Seeing children remind me of Wilbur and Orville, my children. And yeah, awful at cooking, because I'm always on the move.
Okay, so
And my wife died.
children disadvantage, awful at cooking disadvantage, and essentially anything that requires some sort of personal
He's
connection
gonna like put it.
disadvantage.
You
Deep
should put a
personal
cooking
connection.
show
I can
challenge
make
or something.
friends. I'm good at making friends, but it's only like the initial like, hey, what's up? And then I never talk to them again.
Except for with me.
My neighbor.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
All right.
I can't escape it.
Nope.
Any other questions?
Do all those fit? Do you need me to specify any of those, or
I don't think there's anything else to be edited about those.
okay?
Can I change one of my weaknesses to cooking?
You may.
That's all
We
can
haven't
do
started
better.
yet. You may.
Yeah.
Everyone's just
Well, you're gonna be able to cook real fast if you don't put down that you're bad at cooking.
I don't know what to cook. I'm a rich 14-year-old. Like, my parents don't even cook. What are you talking about?
I just eat burnt food.
All right.
I
One
cook,
thing
it's
I say,
bad.
I don't know if this is the case, but your head might block out that other camera. I'm not sure. I can't tell.
I didn't notice it in the stream, but
Okay.
Do you want me to pull it up?
I kinda
yeah, sure.
know.
Yeah.
We're gonna be moving to
All right. So we've got Upham. We've got Alice. We've got
My friends called me upright. They
Izzy.
did.
No, everything's
They
good.
died.
Everything looks good.
Cheers.
And Izzy called you uptight. Thank you, Isaiah.
Everything on your hand looks good. I'm just trying to see if I can see
Yeah.
myself. Yeah, there we go. That's why it took so long.
Zora. All right, and then we've got LV,
Okay, that's actually buttered right now.
and then we've got Hugh. Okay, so please everybody give me your perception bonuses. We'll start with Upham.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh wait, are we?
Oh.
And are we supposed to add the roll level to perception for this, or just do you want just like the?
No.
Okay. Just
So
the roll.
I can explain more of
Like
how
the
the sheet works if you guys would like.
So +2 for perception? Is that what you're asking for?
I'm asking for just your perception modifier, so the,
Okay,
the
so the
plus
first number.
or
Plus
minus.
2.
All right, so +2 for Upham. Alice is +2.
I'm also +2.
Right.
Dang.
Okay, so Izzy is +2. Alvi?
+3.
Hey!
+3.
I just committed and lowered my finesse all the way to.
All right, and
That's
Hugh?
so funny.
+1.
Oh wait,
+1.
I feel like I should be +3 because maybe that's more important than. Do you think it would make more sense for her to have better perception or intuition? Because one could be +3, one could be +2.
It depends on how much you think your character would be deciphering what she sees.
Probably, yeah. I'll do that. Probably more.
More perception?
Wait, meaning for deciphering maybe more intuition? Or...
Deciphering would be more intuition.
I mean, I can take down athletics.
I think you should stay
No,
at
no,
plus
no,
3
no.
to it.
No, Aaron,
I did.
Aaron, what do you
We need someone
We
strong.
need someone.
One
Why
of my-
am I the
one-
take all of a sudden?
One of my weaknesses is literally weak.
And isn't your constitution just bad?
That's weak constitution.
You actually become the cook. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
makes
You know what?
sense
If you have
because, like,
+3,
you can't
it's fine.
stomach
I'll
bad
say,
food.
I'll say,
Exactly,
I'll
yeah,
say.
yeah. I have to
Yeah.
have
Plus 3
very
intuition.
specific,
That's our
restricted
connection.
diet.
You're a really good intuition
Yeah.
kiddo.
Intuition, kiddo.
You look
Very
at something, you
intuition.
pull something out
Love
to me,
it.
I'm like, I know what that is. Yeah, okay, I think that's good. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm gonna
Okay.
solve it.
All right. So, would everybody like to just give a brief introduction of your characters? I know you guys have already done so between each other, but
Wait, but aren't we gonna meet in game or just out of game?
just like a brief little introduction
Okay.
before you guys actually actually meet. So we're not talking full character sheet or whatever. Or I could also just go ahead and since this is a new game, I could try to clear up anything about the character sheet, how stuff works.
It might be good to do that as we play. 'Cause
Yeah.
Sure.
That's
my
a-
head.
Tell us rules now. It's like when you play a board game and you read all the rules and you're like,
I'll say this
Yeah.
much right now. Don't worry about your roll or your roll levels.
perfect.
Okay.
It's great.
All right. Great. So
I don't think I fully understand marks either, but I think
let's
You'll
do
figure
it
out.
this
Yes,
way.
based on where you're
I think yours probably like 100.
Your district.
Yeah, I'm
I
from.
thought that's how many marks
Each
you
district
started
has a
with,
certain
or
amount
could
of
you-
starting
I got it
point.
pulled up.
Oh, somewhere that didn't see.
Huh? 21.
Your money.
Oh, yeah, because that's where we live.
I thought it was 15.
No,
75.
it's like 20 on the sheet.
Yep.
Rich boy.
So it's 75
How
coins.
Oh,
Oh,
75.
wow. 20.
50.
You guys are paying for us.
Okay. We're gonna start with Hugh.
Okay. Brief
Cute.
introduction. I am
Yeah.
Hugh Crosswick. I'm a 14-year-old boy. I look like this, but my hair is different. It is spiky and blonde.
Oh.
I am an aspiring engineer. I do a lot of studying and tinkering. Crazy. I am from Citadel Dalton. My parents are in whatever big industry there is. If there's money in it, they're part of it.
Lockheed Martin.
Exactly. And yeah, I spend most of my time studying, working with my tutors, and spending time tinkering on whatever I can get my hands on.
Yeah. Now, I'm actually gonna make it so that everybody introduces their character when they start their part of the session. So we're gonna start with you.
There we go.
All right. Now,
Getting flashbacks to the visions when
Oh
I'm
yeah.
gonna start
Ruh-roh.
with you and immediately blow.
So you're
A la
in a
Michael.
school.
Yeah. Your teacher and your dad are there.
You need to make a potion. Like, and stuff.
okay, Hugh. You find yourself in your manor, Crosswick Holding. You are in the district of excuse me, I forget my districts, Dalton, and you're currently in the ornate manor in a spacious room. It's finely decorated with ornate furniture, and there are electric lights that illuminate your space. Its electric lights have become popularized recently, but still having them all over your home is a clear sense of social status.
Quick question. Do you want to give a reference to what year it is?
I just looked.
Correct. The year is 1925, and the collision happened in 1888. The collision was an event, to give a brief introduction of it, an event where suddenly a bunch of matter from different dimensions, different realities, effectively spawned on our own. In the air, underground, on the surface, in space. The events that followed the collision resulted in pretty much an entire apocalypse. The Earth heated up. Everybody ended up moving towards the poles. The only real livable areas are now Greenland, the Nordic countries, and northern Russia. You guys are currently in the city of Lazarus, which is one of the few city-states that has been built now in the Nordic states. Sweden, Finland, they all converged into this, essentially the city-state. Now, gravity increased by 8%. A giant ring of debris has formed in space around Earth. At night, you can see the glimmering lights converge gradually into one spiraling ring. There are regular asteroid hits as this debris falls into our atmosphere, making the surface not viable, strictly speaking, to live on in an extended manner. This is why Lazarus has formed into two separate parts of the city. The area where most of the citizens live in is the top side, but this is also where the industrial complex lives. This is where the agricultural districts are, etc. The city, the part of the city of the Citadel, is in the underground. This is where the defended elite are, the leaders of the society, as well as the scientific districts. Any major strides are created there. The entertainment industry only really thrives in the Citadel. Up on the surface, people still have their fun, they still have their arts, music, but it's on a family-to-family basis. There's not really any money in it. Now, you are in the district of Dalton. This is the technological capital in the Citadel, and your parents are profound business people that run the manufacturing plants. They govern from underground, and they have many plants in the factory district up on the surface. Now, in your manor, in the room in specific that you're at, you see fake windows with paintings of landscapes, and they're illuminated to make you feel a little bit more at home. And there are bookshelves that climb all the way up to the ceiling, which is fairly high. A rolling ladder is positioned alongside it, and your tutor, Alexi, sits directly across from you at one of the many tables in this space. There are multiple books that are open and splayed across the surface. Hugh, now, what would you like to tell me about the multiverse?
Well, I really haven't lived a life that hasn't had a collided universe. So, is there really a multiverse? Because now everything is together, right? Everything has collided. I mean, this is why I point to the window. I don't really get to see the sun much.
This is true. You don't get to see the sun very much, and I wish that weren't the case. But the world before the collision was one where we weren't aware of other realities. We weren't aware that there was anything more than the one thing before our eyes. But you see, there are really dimensions stacked on top of each other. And the collision, as we're coming to figure out, came to be when one of those dimensions collapsed.
Do we know which one?
This would be the dimension of soul.
Yeah, I love you pretending to take notes on
Yeah,
it.
I was like, if anyone should be writing this down right now. I'm gonna say what you're writing.
Now,
I'm not really written.
the general populace is unaware of this. Some have their conspiracy theories on what happened, and some believe that this was a divine act of God, and to be honest, science can't disprove that fact. However, the leaders of the industry, including your parents, have come to become aware of these other realities, and that the artifacts that came from the collision are in fact parts of those realities. I'd like you to see something. And he goes behind him and he takes out a lockbox. Now, at this moment, I will give you a little description of Alexi. I skipped that part. He is a muscular Russian man with an umber vest and a white striped shirt and suspenders. He wears a dark blue jacket and has low-hanging spectacles. He always keeps cigarettes in his vest pocket, and he has light brown hair and a thin cut along the temples. It's slicked back. He has brown eyes, and he smells of cigarette smoke and a hint of lemongrass. Alexi hands you the lockbox. As you take it in your hands, you notice that it's a box of intricate design, and it's very pleasurable to your eye. It seems somewhat familiar, but you can't quite put your hand on why. It has gold plating and detailed inlaying on tempered steel, and suggests pretty advanced workmanship. On one face, the box has an elaborate collection of 6 dials, each with an unrecognizable runic face, with a slightly glowing surface that is painted from. Take a closer look at this. Tell me if anything sticks out to you.
Can I turn the dials?
You may.
Are they like the runes? But is it like, do they all share the same ones?
They all share the same ones. And as you turn them, you see that there are 8 different runes on each dial. And one moment. And it has a satisfying click when each one snaps into place.
Well, 8 runes per dial, 6 dials. I mean, this seems like a lock for this box. It's a very beautiful box, too. What's inside?
We don't know, but I would encourage you to look a little closer.
Kind of hard to see it right now. I'll try to tug it open.
Firmly in place. Doesn't even budge a little.
I'll look for a secret compartment. Can I slide something off of it? Is there like a
You're trying to slide, you can't really figure out, do you flip the thing over?
Yeah, I'll flip it over.
Alright. As you flip it over, on the underside you see in handwriting, clearly in your handwriting,
In mine?
is the signature of Hugh Crosswick.
Ooh. Where did you find this? Is it one of these artifacts? Did this come from another universe?
This is debris, we believe. We found this debris when excavating the space to make this very home. Before you were born.
Wow. Well, I started doing some math. What's 8 to the 6th power? Or 6 to the 8th power? No, 8 to the 6th power. That's how many combinations there are to do that math.
Yep.
Blah-blah blue. There's this many combinations!
I love playing smart characters. Like geniuses when you don't. You're very smart.
I couldn't start guessing this many.
It would be tough, and we've tried.
I start knocking on it. It's
hollow.
hard. It's hard.
Yeah, it's hard. It's made of tempered steel.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
These aren't getting through.
I have a feeling like the contents of this logbox will only be revealed to you in time. But nonetheless, I figure that should give you a little spark, if you will.
No, I don't think I'm going to sleep for the next 2 days. Just start trying combinations.
Nerd, I know.
Okay. He checks his hand pocket watch, and I think that it's about time that we get you over to Agathis for your regular classes.
Okay. And I'll put it somewhere safe. As long as he lets me keep it.
He steps up, and the chair creaks up against the floor and leads you out of the room. He takes you through the halls of Crosswick Holding, and as you exit the front door, you see the bustling streets of the scientific and industrial district down here. The district has multiple levels, and at the second level is where all of the fine dining is for the residents. The ground levels have direct entrances to the workshops that are available, as well as the various different apartment complexes that are directly linked with the workshops, where people are expected to live and work. Mm-hmm. He takes you a few blocks down one of the streets, and you guys stop at a cable car stop. Wait for a little bit of time. and you get on the train. It takes you for a little bit through the district and through a very long, dark tunnel that eventually opens up into Golden Gate. This is the administrative district. This is where a lot of the most wealthy individuals work and rule over Lazarus. At the center, you see a giant gaping hole that rises up into the surface. Multiple little gondolas and tracks are going up and down the ramp. And you approach the central station where these gondolas are going to and from. The cable car is sparking and creaking as it's moving across, and you eventually make it to the Citadel Transit Center. Alexei waits for you as the doors automatically open. Some push past you, and you exit. Would you like to get a little snack before we send you off to Agathis?
The only thing I'm hungry for is knowledge.
I'm gonna beat your ass.
He looks up at a giant's clock that is in the Citadel Transit Center, and he notes that you'll be waiting here for about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, then I'll look this now.
Alright. He reaches in his pocket and he gives you 5 coin with which to get something that you would like.
Check the bottom.
Gamer. Is there something close by, or do I have to go to the second? Or go east?
Now I'll describe the Citadel Transit Center.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Is it one of the districts here that has the artificial sun, or is it all of the under?
It is one of them.
It's only one.
That is the shared space between Scratlin and Greenhaven. Now, as you look about the Citadel Transit Center, you see a giant room. The ground floor of the station is absolutely massive, and huge pillars support the towering ceiling. Gated walls divide the district platforms, which have open air between them. The topside platform terminates in the massive chute that I described, and a little bit of sunlight you can see is poking through. At this point, you can directly see up the entire chute into the blue sky. The gondolas are going up and down the large cables, and they're operated with visible gearwork. They aren't electric in the same way that your cable car that you entered with was electric. And a giant set of ornate doors are on one side of the space. They are open and they lead into Golden Gate, lower. Golden Gate is separated between the lower half and the upper half, where the two connect. Now, the floor is an intricate patterning of stone and tile and spiral, and they have a spiraling pattern around a giant statue in the center. On a thick stone pedestal stands a statue of a man draped in robes with an orb in his hands outstretched. Carved on his robes are some bas-relief depictions of the events of the collision.
Do they look like the ruins at all?
Would you like to go up and take a closer look at the statue?
Sure. Also, quick note about Hugh. He's young, but he's disproportionately short for a 14-year-old in today's world because the gravity's heavier, or there's more gravity. So since he has only lived in a world that's heavier, he didn't grow as fast or as much.
He's got a strong heart.
Strong heart. Bad back, a strong heart.
And a strong hunger to learn. Insatiable.
As you get closer to the statue, you see that the carvings in the robes, it's merely an illustration, and please do a perception check.
First roll.
Ever. Oh my god.
Ready for a 1.
Don't
Yeah.
It's a 1! It's a 1!
Oh, we're fucking
So
I also forgot to mention, because this is not D&D, whenever I say a check, I've got to, and catch me if I don't, I've got to
First
say
roll.
a...
Where is it? Oh yeah, nice. First roll.
Yeah.
Do TTRPG.
This is what happens when you don't play a halfling who can re-roll ones.
I know.
But, yeah, so the...
Oh my god.
so when I say a roll,
Yes.
I need to mention a mundane, hard, or impossible check.
Well,
So how bad is this?
And this scales off of 5. So I have I have the boundaries of what is a hard whatever, what is a success, what is a moderate success, what is or mixed success, one could say, what's a failure, and what is a catastrophic failure. This would be a mundane roll. What is your
so the total of 2.
total of 2? Well, this would be a catastrophic failure.
Look, if it's to look at something, my eyesight is terrible. So
Yeah,
I'm just like,
that's fair. You're observing the bas relief, and you don't see any immediate
You
utility.
do not see
to
any
this.
bas relief.
However, you do see. It's just a bit of mirror artistry, and you do see that there is a platform at the not a platform,
black.
a plaque. Thank you, at the base of it. It reads, "Before you stands an otherworldly figure, excavated from under the earth during the founding of the citadel. This is one of many similar statues recovered from the collision. We have come to call them the Giving Men."
Is the orb statue, like, is it made of the same material as everything else? Or is it like a guy holding...
It is a different material than what is around you in the station. However, it is made of like a stone marble composite.
Okay, it's not holding like some magic thing. It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it's a stone. It's a stone orb, stone man, stone robes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, you do notice that there is a performance going on, and a crowd has gathered at one end of the station. This also happens to be the same end where the little food stalls are located.
I walk towards it. Like, going towards the food, but looking at what's going on. Is it music, or is it like a juggling performance? Yeah.
It seems to be more of a performance.
Okay.
Someone is speaking, while another is doing more, is gestating, performing the
figurative
words
dancing.
that are performing the words that are being spoken.
Okay.
You see that there is a sign, multiple signs actually around, that are advertising this performance. That being an act by the Hargreaves. The Hargreaves Performing Company.
Hard to read?
Hargreaves.
Hargreaves.
Oh wait, I wouldn't.
Now, we will go to Elby. Would you like to give a little description of your character?
Yeah. So my name is Elby. I'm medium, shortish height, very pale skin, kind of wispy, faded blonde hair, very pale gray eyes. It almost looks like the color has almost been like sucked out of me. Very low vitality, but when she's performing, she makes an effort to wear very, bright and colorful clothing. She is you could see pretty quickly she's very talkative, very friendly, but yeah, definitely looks like a strong wind could blow her away. She'll be sitting while singing because she is a singer.
Elvie is currently...
No, she's not a singer.
Role play it.
You like role play?
You didn't bring a prop. You got-
Yeah, your
Isaiah-
voice is
Your voice
I'll
is your
roll a
prop.
20 with like my +3 to charisma, but Isaiah will be like, "You're so bad, that's a critical disaster." Yeah.
Now, you are a performer of the storyteller type, right?
Singer storyteller.
Singer storyteller.
Mhm.
You are currently in Scotland at your home and the operating headquarters of the Hargreaves Performing Company. This is a normal residential house, the Hargreaves house, with it's on the larger end, but it has multiple bedrooms and a lower level. It is sunken beneath the surface, so you have to enter through a series of staircases and doors from nearby buildings to actually get to your location. Shallow windows look up at the street level on the first floor, and the interior is lit by lamplight, not electric. The home is used simultaneously as a living space and a practice area for your performances. Cast members about the house are fussing with their outfits and making last-minute adjustments to their acts, and the decor is untamed and slightly dusty, while remaining colorful. You and Klaus... I'll give you a moment.
Realized I used up my first page.
You and Klaus sit inside his office at either side of his desk. His favorite trick toys, puzzles, and trinkets are scattered across the desk, and the room is dense with various outfits and props. Klaus is the owner of the Hargreaves Performing Company. He has a burgundy velvet coat, a top hat, thick dark hair, and a graying mustache. His hair is short, and he has a full, wide face with kind eyes. He has an ornate vest with gold chains, and he always has a golden pocket watch in the pocket. He smells of roses, and he has a thick, bushy mustache.
Side note, I do like that you're including scent.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you and him have been talking about money and the lucrative nature of the performances that you have been pulling in the Dalton district. Look, honey, your performances are great. Really, they are. But people don't really come far and wide to see them in Dalton. I don't know why you keep on insisting to be performing there.
I mean, they will. You said that they're great. They'll be coming to see. And also, they might not come far and wide, but one of those people there pays as much as 20 here. We don't need everyone to come. We just need the people who can pay.
I appreciate the pitch, really. However, you've been trying for months now.
Klaus, don't you want us? We could probably get a contract with one of those families there. We could be hired out for all their parties. Klaus.
I'm open to this, really. If you were able to get a benefactor such as this, then yes, I would see the value in such a performance. However, we don't have the manpower to advertise this for you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if you have a really good performance and somebody approaches you afterwards, then yes. But we can't spend the time on that at the moment.
So if I can get a benefactor,
Then Dalton is back on the menu.
okay. No performances in Dalton until then?
I'm afraid not. I'm sorry.
Ross, how am I gonna get a benefactor in Dalton? One more try. One more try.
No. I think I have the solution for you. We have a performance lined up in Golden Gate. In particular, the transportation center there. At the station, you may be able to see people from all over. You may be able to find somebody from Dalton. This is the best compromise I have.
I understand, and I appreciate the chance. I'll make it work.
You make it work?
Mm-hmm. This will be good for all of us.
Brilliant. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, so I am going to be pairing you up with Nadia. I will expect you to do a great performance tonight.
We always
Is
do.
this going to be enough time for you?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I've got plenty prepared. Is that a new toy? That one seems new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for noticing. Would you like to describe the toy?
Oh. Oh no. I was gonna put you on the spot. I think it's a little like puzzle box thing. It's like got like a little like mechanical latches and stuff. And as LB picks it up, it kind of like something breaks off of me. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I put it back. It'll be a great performance.
Get some good tips.
Yes. Excellent tips.
All right.
Okay,
Good luck.
Yeah.
He gets back to his bookkeeping as you leave the room and you... Yep.
Quick question about... So, what exactly does the happiness give us?
So, I haven't done any
Great
mood
question.
stuff yet. I haven't done any mood stuff yet. If you want, I can quickly explain how the mood targets work.
Yeah.
So, you have your core abilities, your cores, and they give you a modifier that's anywhere from, -5 to +5. At the character creation, it's -3 to +3.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that I were to ask you to do let's do a hard intuition check. Go ahead.
What?
No.
Nice.
Intuition,
Of course, 'cause it doesn't-
16.
Nice.
That's 16? Okay, so that would already be, for a hard one, which is anywhere from 15 to 20 for a moderate success. But let's say that you wanted to bump that into a complete success.
Mm-hmm.
The 16, you could add upon it a little boost from your will. You could spend a will point, and in order to use that effectively, you would need to look at your little mood rod that you have there, and check the mood target. So what is your mood target for intuition?
Happy.
So in which case, you would be measuring the distance from where your current mood is to your mood target, and it would be 5 minus that distance. That's what the boost that will would provide.
Okay.
Right? So currently,
I have myself
at
middle.
perfectly
I don't
middle,
know.
right?
Is this perfect?
Yeah, where the
Should we-
little
should we
line
move it
is.
to where we think we are.
I would say that
we
initially, you can move it to where you think you are, plus or minus 3 from the center. So not on either extreme for now.
And so are each of these
Oh.
things one?
Each one of those, that is one.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
If it's, okay.
So we can either be 3 from the center up, or
Yeah,
from the
So
center
I-
down.
be,
like
like,
that.
Yeah.
Since I'm
three
keeping
away
this,
from it, so kind of this
I'll move
range.
it closer to happy
She's
because I got the box, which is cool.
Yep.
Also,
Okay, so you
I
expend
know.
one of your will
Yeah.
to get that. It's not
To add on
It's
to
not
the
a
roll.
blanket addition. It's you have to use your will.
Correct. So, your mood determines the effectiveness of that will, right?
And
Yeah.
would you tell us if our mood goes up and down, or is that something for us to decide?
I will tell you, but additionally, if there are things that are happening that you imagine that your mood would go up or down, simply ask me, and I'll be like, okay, well, yes, you'll go down -1 or +1 mood point or something like that.
Yeah.
But mood can be affected by traumatic things that you're seeing, general icky environments.
It might not be so much of like I didn't have a snack, so now I'm a little bit hungry, but like
Yeah, you could have
"Oh,
you could have like a bad meal, or you could have a good meal, and that might
What if you
increase
don't give
or
a shit
I
about
don't
bad
think.
meals?
I don't think.
You see your family die in front of you.
you might be on an airship when you don't want to be.
Yeah,
and
no,
that
that's
might
gonna
bring
bring
your
it
mood
real
down.
down real quick.
Right?
you have to see someone constantly that reminds you of your two dead children.
So, where your mood is right now, what would your
So
will
if-
bonus be?
If I used a will for an intuition check, it is 5 minus 1, 2, so it would be +3. So it would be a 19.
19.
Mm.
So you would,
I would
if your
stay.
mood was 1 higher, then you'd be able to do a complete success
Mm.
by spending that will.
Yeah.
So that's how that works.
Good to know.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now, what do you do as you exit the office?
I close the door very politely and kind of like, do I like Nadia?
Nadia is a more, and I'll go ahead and describe her. She's a tall woman with brunette hair, green eyes, and a fair face. She wears long lavender coats with flowers, and she has baggy pants and a shirt.
Okay.
Her perfume is strong and floral, and she generally has a more upbeat personality, although a little clueless.
Nice, I do like her. I wasn't sure if she was like a diva or something, Yeah, I guess I'll like sit and I'll think, and then I will head off to try and find her.
Okay. You sit for a moment, you ponder what's happened. I'd say, from the embarrassing thing that just happened, if you haven't already, let's do a -1 to your mood.
For breaking his thing.
For breaking his toy.
I can, sure. Elvie wasn't embarrassed. Sure, yeah.
Ellie wouldn't have been embarrassed by
No,
this?
not really.
Okay, your discretion on whether or not the mood. Now, this...
His dad really disappointed in me. His dad, Klaus, really disappointed because I think Elvie is kind of flippant with a lot of things. Like,
Yes, please do an intuition roll for me.
yeah.
And we'll
Second
do
roll.
mundane. Mundane intuition roll.
Okay, so my intuition, that's 13.
13?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this would be considered a moderate success.
Mhm.
So that would be 10 to 15 for moderate success for a mundane roll,
Mm-hmm.
and then 16 to 20 for a complete success.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that you can tell that he was a little disappointed, but it's
Elvie's like, I'm gonna make it up in tips tonight. I'm gonna buy him a better one.
Yeah.
Why would
so
it break
you're feeling
immediately?
optimistic about
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So you could scratch that mood if you want. Now,
Your mood goes up.
My mood goes back.
Now you walk down the hallway, and a few performers walk past you in either direction. They're huffing as they're about to.
Yeah.
They kind of ignore you, except for one individual that gives you a little mean stare as you cross.
What are
Um,
they? I smile extra sweet at them.
Oh, nice.
Catch more.
As she passes by, she still looks behind her shoulder and continues along. And you get into the main living area where you see Nadia sitting at one of the chairs, and she has a notebook in front of her, and she's scribbling.
I'll like throw myself down on a chair next to her and be like, "We need to make money tonight." Oh, thank you. Thanks, Nadia.
LV!
Straight to business. I like that.
that.
What do you mean?
Klaus isn't letting me perform in Dalton anymore unless I can get a patron. and like make a lot of money tonight,
Oh.
so we need to be.
That bastard!
I know. I know.
I know how important it was for you in that district.
I know.
I don't know why, but
Money
still,
there.
yeah, money.
Yeah.
But I guess one can't argue with the books. Is there any way that you could get back?
To get back to Dalton, if I can get a patron, or I think if this performance goes really, really well, I kind of blanked out when you said I couldn't go to Dalton anymore, so I might have misheard. But I think if this goes well, if we can catch someone's eye, if I can get a patron, if we can get a patron, we could be up there. We could be making so much money. We could be hobnobbing with the rich. You know they love us.
Yes. Yeah. So am I on the job?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So what are we gonna do?
I was thinking, some inspiring song and story about, like, founding the city and how the wealthy engineers really made it what it was and brought us to where we were, and their innovation will lead us to the future. Something that really makes them feel, like, good about themselves.
Yeah. I think that would resonate well with this crowd.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll do the dance number
Yes, yeah.
as you are doing the singing and storytelling.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay.
I don't know how the dance number will go for this.
He will perform for us
Just
himself.
know, if you actually sing, he has to dance.
Oh my god.
So
Yes, that's good.
She's like, okay,
Go.
she's never gonna have to say.
So she is going to require some sort of outfit and
Mhm.
dress up for her part, as she is essentially being the puppet with which you are describing what is happening.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I've got an idea. It's
Go
gonna
ahead.
be one of those dresses where you like can tear it away and there's another layer underneath.
Yeah,
So
That'd be
it's
great.
Those
like,
are awesome.
Yeah,
What I was going to
rags
say
and
is
go
that
with
at this
it.
point, you and Nadia are crafting the performance. So, what would the performance? What do you think it would be best?
Like what the performance will be.
Yeah.
I think it would be kind of like what I said, something that's talking about how like humanity was very like beleaguered until we like joined together and we made this. And it is gonna have like a very heavy flattery element towards engineers, scientists, the upper crust, like really stroking their ego.
Okay.
That's what you gotta do.
All right.
That's what you gotta do.
Yep.
In this bitch of a world.
Yep.
Could you please do we'll do a hard charisma check
Okay.
for as you guys are preparing for this.
8 plus 3.
Yeah, that's nice.
So 11. And
11.
I'm happy.
And you're happy?
And my charisma, it requires me to be happy. Well, requires.
Well, it's actually middle.
Oh,
guys,
middle.
so-
Just kidding. Middle.
Oh, it's middle.
I guess
okay.
it's middle.
But you have to use a will.
But
If you were
To
gonna
sway
use
it.
Yeah,
that,
will
yeah.
doesn't matter. So
you would- if you
move
did
doesn't
it, it
matter
would
per
be
se
plus
unless you want to
2.
spend a will.
gotcha. If I did,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There are other ways in which it may affect what's going on, but the most direct way that that the mood matters is in boosting
Is it?
your rolls.
Did you say how we get our will back? Is that like long rest or? Oh, it's the.
It's by like completing one of the aspirations.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And if you complete all of them, I think, in one session, you get 2 back.
If you complete all of them in one session, you actually regain an inspiration. Not inspiration, what am I saying? Influence.
Gotcha,
And an
gotcha.
influence is, you can spend one to completely succeed on a roll, no matter what you did. right? However, you take a soul mark in the process.
So do that on like the easiest difficulty stuff.
Also, have you explained to
Making
everyone about
potatoes.
the soul marks and stuff, or the different types of marks and death?
Well, I haven't done a complete overview of the sheet.
Okay.
But if you would like, I could take a moment, as that has been mentioned, on what that means, what marks mean.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So marks are defined by your background and how many you have. This is simulating damage. This is mostly similar to the Candela Obscura game system on how marks and scars are related. Once you take the maximum amount of scars in a specific category, the maximum amount of marks in a specific category, you take 1 scar. You can only have a maximum of 2 scars. Once you take on the 3rd, then you're dead. right?
Uh-oh.
Now, you take on a scar related to how you got that last mark. So if you got a body mark, then the scar might be physical. If you got a mind mark, then the scar might be something like, okay, now you're incapable of motion or something. And a soul scar, I will leave for when that happens.
So I also have skills in singing and ingratiating myself with the wealthy. Would either of those help in this?
This would give you advantage.
Oh.
Yes.
Go.
One worse.
You
so
hit the
11.
pencil.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I think that doesn't count.
It hit the pencil.
Well, practice didn't go so great. You two, this is very last minute,
Mhm.
and you two are scrambling to get out the door as you realize that you're a little bit late.
I'm sorry, Nadine. It's on me. I'm sorry. You're doing great.
Nadia, but
It's already started in a new game.
all right,
Help me
minus
know
one mood.
this. I know.
It's
the sadness and brutal. Damn. Practice didn't go well.
Relationship between the two of you.
Not looking so great.
That's what you should do. You should call everyone the wrong name because you don't want to get a connection with them.
Yeah.
you two are forced to sprint down the street and across multiple blocks, and eventually you run out of breath and are forced to come to a fast walking pace as the station is actually about 30 minutes away.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you get to the stop where the cable car is, and you get on board. Barely in time, the doors close behind you, and you find a seat. Nadia is on the outside row, or the outside seat along the row, and you are on the inside.
Rewrite their name.
So I don't forget. Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to get out of this fucking clothes. It's so wet.
I think it's gonna throw up. I can't run that fast.
She takes out her bag and she rifles through it, undoes the zipper and double checks to make sure she has all the stuff that's required for her outfit. She has her purse with her money in there and the other bits and props. Okay, all right. I'll change in the bathroom at the.
You did change dice too. Let me know.
I just rolled a 14 and a 19.
Okay,
so
you're doing
maybe just
great.
do better. Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
Well.
We got this. We got this.
Yeah. All right. She starts to go through her numbers next to you, and it's up to you on whether or not you want to practice as well on the side while she's doing that.
Yeah. I'll start off practicing with like my head in between my legs as I'm sitting because I'm so not fit enough for that run. But yeah, I'll get a couple extra.
At this point the I forget what they're called. It's like a Ticketmaster essentially is coming by the row and asks for you guys for coin for the cable car, please.
Yeah, of course, Nadia, I got you.
Alright, takes it. And for reference, your tutor, Alexi, produced the coin.
That's nice.
For your visit. Now,
children.
a little bit of time goes by along the cart, the car ride, and
That's my trauma.
would you actually?
That's so cool.
Okay, you do notice that as Nadia is distracted, out of the corner of your eye, you see her bag get lifted up as someone is walking along the corridor.
I am immediately going to be like, hey!
You see that a man in a bowler hat and he's got white
I'm gonna be like,
clothes.
stop him!
He's got mutton chops on him and some tatty clothes. He immediately bolts down the car, and you guys are about to get to the stop.
Yeah, the second I saw that, I would have started screaming for someone to help us.
All right. What do you say?
Like, thief, he stole our stuff. Help!
As you're saying this, some of the other passengers sitting in the nearby seats, most of them don't even look up,
Wow.
as this is a common occurrence.
It's like
And
Exactly.
some confusedly kind of like look back at you, but he runs past them as they're looking back at your shouting. He's about to get into the next car.
I'll chase after him.
Alright, would you please do an athletics check as you try to jump over Nadia?
Oh,
This would be a mundane.
Jump over Nadia.
Oh,
Can't you
no.
go inside?
Nadia is stunned.
Okay. 15 minus 3.
15 minus 3? Okay.
That's not bad.
So this would
That's
be
not
considered a partial success. You fumble over her a little bit, but you manage to get into the center aisle and chase after him. I'd say that you're probably about 20 feet away from him as he bolts into the next compartment.
I'll keep going.
Yeah, keep
You should
going.
be ashamed of yourself.
You run by, and
Chastise
some
you.
people try to get up in vain as you are as you run past them, but they kind of sit back down as they realize they're
No.
not helpful.
Get up! I say over my shoulder.
A larger man gets up and he runs behind you as you bolt into the next compartment.
Yeah.
Many of the other
Oh my God.
denizens are unconcerned in what's happening as he slams into the opposing
Okay.
wall.
Can I scream? He's got my child.
Please do a mundane deception check.
Would that be like charisma?
That would be charisma, yeah.
19
Oh, there
plus
you go.
3, so yeah.
All right.
22.
Immediately, you see the crowd just kind of starts shouting and gets riled up, and the man is like banging up against the side door as he's trying to get out. The car is coming to a halt, and the doors are about to open. And with the commotion, you see that the person in the front cabin opens up the door and spots the thief, and he just stares at him, shocked, as he grabs him by the scruff and does not let him go. He starts shouting, "Let me go! Let me go!"
I will sprint up and grab the bag back.
You take it out of his hands, and he starts, She's taking my bag! That's my bag!
What's in the bag?
Money!
No. It's stuff for our performance.
The conductor just calmly looks over. Could you verify that for me, please?
And I'll describe what's in it and then open it up and show him.
You describe it, and Nadia, actually gets to you at this point, and she's looking over your shoulder as you're showing the
It'd be
bag.
bad when Naughty was actually smuggling drugs or something.
Oh, that's so cocaine.
Yeah.
Nadia is clean. You don't see anything on the surface of the bag,
That's why she's
and
been
the conductor
sweating.
just nods. And at this point, the doors
Oh my
open,
God.
and a knife gets driven into the stomach of the conductor.
Oh, fuck!
He kneels over,
Oh no.
and he loosens his grip just enough for the thief to bolt out of the car.
You had a very nice morning.
You got a little snack.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I have not had a snack yet.
But you don't care about that. You don't
I
care
said-
about
Do you have
education.
fun bond?
He gets on his knees,
Can
and
I?
he starts holding his stomach.
Could I try it? Is there a doctor on this shuttle car? We're trying to hold his stomach in.
The man who had followed you, who you forced to bring alongside you from the other cabin, he taps you on the shoulder. I'm a doctor, don't worry.
Thank you.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
And he kneels to his side, and he rips open the shirt,
You're gonna
and
say
he
rip
takes a
the
look
hole.
at the wound. The knife had been driven out, and blood is pouring onto the floor. Okay, this is gonna need suturing. And he lays him down, tells him to stay calm as people start to get up and crowd him. And does anybody have a needle and thread?
Yeah, and because it's like our emergency needle. I'm like, yes. And I
Thank you very much. And he starts doing his work, on the victim. After a little bit of time, everyone's emotions are starting to calm a little bit, as you can see that the man, the conductor, seems to be alright. He's still breathing. He's still in much pain, but the doctor is done. Okay, this is all I can do for now. I'm going to need to take him to a proper clinic. But thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Can someone please help me to the clinic? One of the passerby eagerly volunteers, and she comes over and takes the other hand. The two prop them up on their shoulders, and they lead him outside.
I'm going to, not that I can't really give the conductor like 5 gold for this. That feels kind of shitty. I'm gonna like slip my card into his pocket and be like, please come to the Hargreaves estate. We will thank you there for this when you've recovered. We owe you so much.
The conductor just painfully nods at you as he's being taken out of the car. At this point, you see the outside the doors is the entire platform of the station, the central station.
Was this our stop?
This was your stop.
Like, I can hold this, Nadia.
Nadia just blankly nods.
It's okay.
She's had no words for what's happened.
Yeah. You know what?
Did you
We're
die?
just... No, he made it. We're just gonna count our blessings. We got our stuff. The conductor's okay, and they didn't ask us to go with them to the doctor's office, so we're good. We can still do our performance.
You can sing at his funeral.
Yeah. Are you okay, Nadia? What's other than the general trauma of what just happened?
I guess I don't know.
What's up? Come, I'll get you a snack. Also, if we want to go to someone else's scene, I don't mean to monopolize this entire session, but I'd like go.
No, this
her
is
a hot
about
drink.
the end. Yeah. So you invite her to a hot drink. You take her to you guide her to one of the little cafes, actually by where you're about to do your performance, and you try to soothe her.
Really try to get her mood up. Yeah.
You take a seat, and the one of the attendants comes over. Would you like a drink? He ruffles his brow at Nadia and brings his attention back to you.
2 Mexican hot cocos.
Ooh.
Like the spice. Yeah.
Coming right up.
I guess Mexico is the
Yeah, what the hell's a Mexico?
Yeah. 2 spiced hot cocos.
The man with his apron goes back into the cafe, and after a little bit of time, he comes back out. Nadia has stayed silent. She's just looking.
Yeah, I'll like kind of put my hand on her like hand or wrist or whatever and be like, you can talk to me. That wasn't your fault. Nothing that just happened was either of our faults.
I know. I've never seen that much blood coming from a man before.
Same. But he's okay. He's going to be okay. He's going to come back to us and we can thank him in person when he's fully recovered. Buy him a drink. And we're going to make so much money today that we never have to deal with this ever again.
Thank you for going after him.
Of course. Of course.
I just hate to think if it was you that got stabbed instead.
Thank you. But no, we're good.
But no.
Yeah. We're not.
She's really caring about you.
I know. We're never going to get in that kind of situation. Yeah.
Sounds like she got a mind mark.
Oh
Yeah, can you mark something down?
Yeah.
Nadia, I'm
Yeah.
concerned about Nadia.
Nadia, we've got each other's backs. We're going to look out for each other.
She takes the bag and...
God, I hope I didn't just death flag her.
Oh
my God.
Oh
She's gonna die.
Yeah.
She's
So-
gonna die.
You see her take the bag, and she gets up with a little bit more confidence now. I'm gonna get changed. I'll see you in a second. And she goes back into the back. You eventually get the hot chocolate. She comes out in her uniform.
Mm-hmm.
You have a nice drink,
Mm-hmm.
and you start to get prepared at the area where you're going to do your performance.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to describe to me how your character feels from this whole incident?
I think definitely I'm gonna go down a mood. I think that was
Just
that is
not happy
little.
with it.
That's
She
what I
got
was
the
getting
hot
at.
cocoa.
Yeah, the hot cocoa kind of puts you up. But I think definitely shaken. I'm assuming robberies are probably pretty common. Like a stabbing is intense no matter
Stabbing
where.
is intense.
Yeah, like that was a lie. She definitely has seen that much blood on someone before. But I think the only thing that's getting her through this is like just her single-mindedness, determination to get this
Yep.
present. She's like, it's crisis mode now, not because of that guy, but because I need this presentation to work.
Yep.
We can worry more in the future.
Career
Fair enough.
driven, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're going to move on. So, Upham and Isadora. Would you two like to describe your characters real quick? We'll start with Upham.
My name is Upham Wright. I've lost my 2 children in the collision. Well, it was very funny. I'm glad you guys
Is that how you introduce yourself?
Hi, Upham. My kids have died. I feel like it's important.
It's your catchphrase.
Hey, help the guy out.
dead kids.
I want you to know what you're
Guy.
getting
It's a little guy. Let me start over. Sorry, I get carried away. My name is Upham Wright. I'm the owner of Righteous Intervention, Airship Transportation and Recovery.
Oh, that's really good.
I have lost my ship, the Have Thee, and I am currently using my smaller ship, the Hard Landing, as a temporary means of transport.
Oh.
I offer excursions out into the collision aftermath for adventurers that wish to seek treasures and other exciting adventures. I try not to get too close to my passengers because most of the time they don't make it back. It's usually just people that want to... They've heard all the stories as kids, they want to explore and find something new, but they are unaware of the horrors that are out there and how to navigate. So usually I end up with an empty bus, empty blimp coming back. A normal occurrence for me, so I'm not too surprised. However, Isadora here has been a returning customer, I believe. I'd say she's a returning customer. And she was on my ship, the Have Thee, when it was struck by a meteor shower.
Oh.
Ooh.
I knew of the possibilities of an issue, but it's never had an issue before. I've always been able to work around it, but this guy got a lucky shot at me. So I have lost the ship, and I'm using a smaller one in the meantime.
Well done. I would also like to mention that that you do have a returning customer in addition to
And that is
Isadora.
only one?
You're his only friend.
And this is a
That's
this is a
debatable.
strange new group that only started coming about in the past year, but they've been successfully going on these expeditions and coming back, and part of the condition of this agreement, you bring them to and from, has been a you've had to swear your you've been sworn to secrecy essentially from everything that you see when you transport them, as well as what you know about them.
Okay.
You know that they are called agnaughts, which, by the way, verbiage here, nouns, etc. One of the things that in the document I sent you guys was that they are called agnaughts. I have shortened that to agnaughts. AGNAUTS. Now, it's a group of 4, and they've been relatively quiet, but around a year you've grown more familiar with them.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi. I know, like, it's hard. No, okay.
Can I talk like this now?
Maybe I think the accent comes in and out. Sometimes it's a little bit harder. No, I'm still figuring out the accent. Hi, I'm Isadora. I also want everyone to realize this is the dynamic between and Izzy is just...
I love it.
Yeah, this is important. Yay. I'm Isadora Flynn. Most people call me Izzy. Double I, double Z. Very important. Write that down, please. I am just a happy sort of little girl. I'm 22 years old. I've got a bit wild hair. I don't have time to brush that shit. I drink a lot of coffee. Got a lot of energy. And I'm just really excited to go out and see the world, find some of the debris. I have a lot of theories about what's going on. I don't think the government's told us everything, but it's fine. I still work for them. But yeah, I was raised by some very overprotective parents that they don't know what I do per se. Yeah, but they don't know what I do. They think that I just have a cushy government job. But I had a really fun aunt. She's very kooky. She taught me everything I know about parkour and exploration. But she disappeared. We don't know where she is.
You're sad about that? You sound happy.
Well, she could have just left one day. My parents were not very clear. They thought that she just had enough of it and wanted to leave. I think she was kidnapped, but I have no proof. I don't know what the fuck happened to her. But it was weird that she abandoned me, so I have a lot of trust issues, I guess, on that front. But we try not to think about them. We try not to think about our problems in general. We're just happy to be here. I was a bit of a thief for a little bit. Got to use my skills and my little sticky fingers, and then the government doesn't really like that. So I was arrested, and they were like, community service or hard time. And I was like, community service sounds real good right now. I took the community service, did such a bang-up job cleaning all the debris. They were like, hey, you want to keep going up? I was like, yeah, but how about I go out there? Have you seen my park score seals? And I did a little backflip, and they were... so impressed. It was definitely the backflip that did it.
I'm going to flip this coin and determine whether or not that's the case. No.
Look, I try to do a backflip.
Well, they were really impressed with my backflip. Not very impressed with my
I mean, you're doing that backflip in extra gravity. That's
actually a good point.
Yeah.
I forgot about the extra gravity bit. That's slightly more impressive.
Mm-hmm.
But so now they send me off to go find debris and like categorize it and
Nice.
organize it and figure out what the fuck is going on with it. And so I go with my pal Upham here. We're now neighbors. I moved in real close to him. He's my best friend. We do everything together. We play Monopoly once together.
Not been invented yet.
We play, what is it? What's the little game with the
Choose
rocks?
a ladder? Oh,
No, the rock.
Mancala?
Mancala? We play Mancala together.
Sure.
Yes, we play Mancala
You
together.
can play Mancala at him.
Exactly.
I'm really good at it. He sucks at it.
I'll die for you.
No, I don't even open my door. You just pick your way in every time.
I don't know boundaries.
Why do you even bother
I don't know
laughing at this?
social skills. I just know I got one friend. And he loves me. And he'll do anything. He won't. She doesn't realize that he does not actually like her all that much, I don't think. But I don't know how you feel about it. But he does drink a lot. I was a little bit concerned about the crash. That did fuck with me, and every time I get on a plane, I do shout, "We're gonna die! We're gonna die!" A couple times until I'm sent into my little corner, and then I just make it through.
You have a
exciting
time now.
blanket. Yeah, I have a little calming corner. Yeah, there's a blanket. We do great.
It's a little tougher now that the ship is smaller.
Yeah. It's a really
Sitting
tight
here to the
corner.
corner is 5 feet away.
I just talked to Upham to keep me calm, which he
Your
loves.
skiff is technically rated for 8 people, but still.
8 people right next to you.
Yeah, close. So you draw it.
Yeah, that's me.
Alrighty.
For those who haven't seen, this is the head at the.
Ooh.
How about this?
And for a reference, so you're an older guy.
60 years old.
22 years old.
Did I mention I lost my kids?
So you haven't seen the world before the.
No,
I've
I've heard stories. I have a lot of theories, but
But you did used to know.
I'm mid-20s, so.
Know the world beforehand. You had a good look at
20, 25 years.
do you think where do you think you would have originated?
Probably North Carolina.
Yeah.
So- How would you have gotten to the eastern continents before the collision?
I think I would have used whatever connections I may have had to commandeer an airship, a certain airship, in the chaos while it was unguarded and the guards were unalived.
Are we on
collision.
TikTok?
It might be. And worked it out from there to rockily make my way around since.
Yeah, it would have been a perilous journey because it would have been intense storms and the atmosphere wouldn't have completely solidified by then. But it probably would have taken a few years for you to experience the chaos of what's happening in the Americas before the heat started to really come in, and you put together the fact that the only real living civilization or the largest one, the places that you'd probably be the safest at would be in the Nordic countries. That's how you would have found your way to the settlement starting to build there. Greenland might be considered a paradise, but in the much higher temperatures, essentially the large landmass that it is will be melting away and wiping any civilizations from the coastlines, and the coastlines themselves would have destroyed people based off the rising sea levels and the massive tsunamis.
Yeah, North Carolina's gone.
North Carolina.
Gone.
We would have had these things called aeroplanes.
I
My kids would have made it. I saw their drawings. They had a dream.
Oh.
But
You could have had it, but
He
wasn't
never
tells me a
came to
lot about his
fruition.
kids.
Yeah. Now,
The two things he does: talk about his kids and drink.
Yeah.
Over an Orvie, goddamn.
He's not the most exciting companion.
Back in my day.
I feel the
Now.
silences a lot.
Upham and Isidore, you are both in Tengria. This is the aeronautical district on the top side, and this is the district that has been formed recently in the efforts to expand and to boost exploration. There is a lot of governmental subsidizing for this, and every once in a while pilots such as yourself will be called upon to transport important individuals from A to B without any question. However, the recent boon of the so-called Agnot has been a little bit more. It's been a little different than how the government has normally been sending you to transport important individuals. This doesn't seem to be a well-known fact, and it seems to be a little bit more underground. Now, you are both in the pub called the Grounded Valkyrie. Yeah, I'll let you write that one down.
Well, I assume I frequent this.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. This is a pub with windows facing the airstrip and a clear view of the grounded airships and skiffs. A skiff, by the way, is what they're calling a small airship that is intended for a skeleton crew. There's a little light that's provided, other than the sunlight coming through the windows, save for a few gas lamps deeper inside the building and a fireplace at the far end, where a few men are huddled around it, and they spend their day there. This is earlier on in the day. There aren't a lot of people in the pub currently, but you like the atmosphere. You frequent it often, like you mentioned, and around this area, it's not been developed enough to have really many other interesting places to go. The Grounded Valkyrie is essentially your home outside of your dormitory.
What's the drinking age at this point? Like, when I've just started being able to legally allowed to drink, do they give a shit?
People don't really give a shit, but 16.
16, great. So I know how to drink.
Now,
I usually listen to conversation of people maybe talking about exploration, and then I'll introduce myself to them and offer my services.
All right.
That is typically how I meet people, I think.
So you're going up to one of the individuals?
Not right now, but I'll when I'm here, I listen around.
I see. So you're keeping your ears out. You're sitting at the table.
Because I want to be the first one there. It's competitive. And the other airmen, they see it as a lucrative operation, but they don't know the area as well, I don't think.
Fair enough.
They want the money, but they don't have the experience.
Yeah. No, that's cool. You did notice on your walk to the Grounded Valkyrie that you were being followed. And however, you're not too concerned about it because you're followed very frequently.
Oh.
You're like, who's following?
I forgot to mention, I'm dummy thick.
I genuinely thought I was with it.
About a minute after you sat down, you notice a figure walk up.
Hey there, how's it going?
I noticed you were following me. How are you?
I thought I was just walking behind you.
Oh.
This is our time for our daily catch-up.
You can afford ketchup here?
Oh, it was some fries. Let's get some drink. What do you have today? Some fruity?
Whiskey.
So then, go with the whiskey. Like usual. All right. Do you want to try whiskey with something? Switch it up?
Ice.
Live life on the edge. Okay. Man of honor.
Are you still standing beside the table?
Yep.
At this point, Colleen, who is the primary server at the Grounded Valkyrie, comes out from behind the bar and plops a menu down at the table and is standing beside you and looks up. Isadora, are you?
Oh,
dining?
yeah. Just some fries and maybe what's your drink of the special? What's the special drink of the day?
Special.
We've got ale.
Oh, okay. Do you got any juice to put in the ale?
What? Colleen has grown sick of you, but you ignored.
Yeah, I usually ask for some random ass combination.
Colleen just glances down at you and.
I don't need the menu scrambled eggs, please. Regular.
Just an ale, maybe if you have some like apple slices.
Okay. She walks away and passes the menu along to the cooks, and you spend a little time at the table before the food comes out.
Well, you gonna sit down or what?
I need to sit today. Is there extra seat here? Oh my goodness, I thought that was for your stuff. Yeah, I'd love to sit. Immediately jumps up, throws anything that you had on the chair to the floor and sits.
Wait, so you're at a booth. Just to be clear, you're at a booth. You were sitting in the middle of one side of the booth, and you just shove him deeper into the booth and don't even sit across from him.
Yup.
Okay. All right. The food hasn't quite come out yet, but you do notice as she's chatting away next to you about.
And then the clouds look a little different today. I think the debris was moving.
and then a figure comes up beside you. This would be your co-pilot. You've come to know him well, alongside Upham, and he's a younger man, gangly, with green eyes, black spiky hair, dark skin. He always wears muted sweaters and has a rubber ball that he kind of fiddles with at all points in time. Whenever he gets the chance, he against the walls. He smells of grease and is usually covered in it, as he also doubles up on the airstrip as someone who does maintenance. But his primary job is to be your co-pilot.
And his name is?
His name is Oliver Jonsson. Jonsson spelled Jonsson.
With an umlaut over the O.
It does.
For sure.
Correct.
I don't know how I know that.
I'm gonna have to write down
How it's pronounced.
Janssen?
Yeah.
It's like Johnson without the H.
Yeah,
You literally spelled it Y-A-W-N. Son. Johnson.
Oliver
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
puffs and sits in the booth across from you both, and kind of leans up against the back and. Well, you've got a job for today. That group, the Agnaughts, they have booked us once again.
They paying up front this time?
Half.
Can I come be real
Better than
quiet
last
this
time.
time?
Sorry, what was that?
Can I
miss?
come be real quiet? I promise.
Every time we go up, you scream, oh God, we're gonna die.
And every time we go up, you ask whether or not you can come on board, and you don't take yes or no. You just come on.
Yeah, because I will make it so much better. I swear I
You're on the crew. Don't worry.
Fuck
It's
yeah.
maximum capacity.
Yes.
I assume.
I'll be kind of quiet.
Yes.
I have been working on it.
Yes.
Yes.
Or we can take
The same
one
clockwork.
more.
Oh, but
Yeah.
all right.
Love this already.
So they're going to be here at 2, and I guess we should get the ship ready after you have your meal.
Do you have what the weather's going to be like for the day?
It's going to be a little bit windy, I think, from what I've heard, but it shouldn't be anything more than what you can handle.
In our favor? Winds?
Going there, but not so much coming back.
Expected? Okay.
Oh god, so are the winds gonna whoosh us back and
Oh.
forth a little bit, or is there gonna be a little turbulence? I just need prep in advance for my meditations. Specific ones for different situations.
It'll be a little bumpy.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm great.
Well, what are you two having?
Eggs.
Frozen ale with apple slices.
All right, I'll be right back. He gets up and he goes to Colleen, gives her his order, and comes back and sits with you both. She does come back shortly with your 2 meals, and eventually his. He had, similar to you, like eggs.
I figured eggs would be plentiful.
Yeah.
Just chickens and shit.
And
That is really
give it a little bit of time.
Wait, what time is it
Chicken shit,
currently?
Right now, it would be lunchtime,
Okay.
about 12.
Cool.
2
You
hours.
still haven't had your snack.
He's still sitting there waiting for the snack.
I've just been frozen in time.
Now, you both, or you 3, end up getting to the airstrip, and you walk up to your skiff. The skiff is called the Hard Landing, and it is about 100 feet long, and has a pill-shaped metal shell that creases on either side. It holds multiple buoyant helium tanks inside. Not hydrogen, too flammable. And helium in the denser atmosphere is also more viable as a means of buoyancy. The rear end has vertical and horizontal stabilization fins, and hanging at the bottom is the passenger compartment.
It's external, internal, closed.
It is external to the main
Well, yeah. I mean, like, is it walled and sealed inside? Is it like?
It does have walls, but it's thin metal.
Okay.
Yep. And the windows are all along the sides and in the front. Doesn't have any in the back because that's where the main engine compartment is. On either side of the main compartment are with little belts connected to the engine to propellers, which are used to make it go. Now, on each, like the four corners of the metal shell, sits a hydraulic and wheeled contraption. Each one has it culminates in a tube, a metal tube with some more contraptions up here at the top of the tube, and it's tilted slightly outwards from the ship. They have cables coming from the tubes that are embedded into the ground. These are the anchors. It's an automated system where wherever you land, it will shoot the anchors into the ground and keep you tight in case the air gets a little bit too nasty for you. They're currently engaged, and there is there's like about a 2-foot gap from the main compartment that you have to climb up to get inside.
I'm going to add heavily reinforced skids to make harder than usual landings for a rigid airship.
And heavily reinforced skids.
So I can just slam into the ground and shoot the things in and get them on the ground.
Now, the Agnaut should arrive in about an hour, and you have the time to prepare the ship.
Let's get it pre-flighted.
Okay.
I just go around and knock.
Like,
Like, pretend I'm helping, but like just kind of feeling it to make sure things aren't gonna fall off suddenly.
And I'm annoyed because that is how you would do that. You would tap on the panels to make sure the rivets are actually in place.
Okay,
it's
so she
actually
just
not
does it
loose.
without asking because she's seen you do it a few times, and she's like,
but you don't know what to look for,
I
so
have no idea what
you
to
end
look
up
for.
verifying the work.
Yeah, I
anyways.
can
No, I'm
hear
just like,
rattling
this
of like
feels
loose
right.
rivets and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I would
And-
be looking to see if things would just fall off at my touch. But I've seen him do this enough times, and I'm like, this feels right. And
And
but
there
I
is-
don't know what I'm doing.
In the center of the metal compartment, there is a ladder that goes all the way up to the top of the skiff, where you can walk on the main tanks essentially, and they have some places where you can hold on to get a little bit further down if you ever end up needing to check anything on the roof. But yeah, would you like to describe parts of the pre-flight process and how you utilize Oliver?
Oliver, being the experienced mechanic, he'd be checking the engines and the belts and the moving parts and the intricacies. Although I understand how they work, he's a bit more in tune with the engine. I check the general flight performance of the airship, make sure everything's tightened and working order. I'll test the hydraulic shooty things. If you have a system named for that, I'd like to hear them.
I'm just calling them the anchors, the hydraulic anchors.
Testing the hydraulic anchors, making sure that they work and that the tensioners work, making sure all the instruments inside are reading at a number. And if it's reading off, that's the new 0.
Yeah,
Starts
there are
reading in
actually
letters.
very little instruments, except for, you've got your altimeter, you've got heading, you've got, dials related to the pressure of the helium tanks, as well as different controls for letting different tanks more air in and out of it.
Testing the ballasts and engine RPM settings, making sure they work at the lowest as well as the highest settings.
Very well. Well and good. Now,
I have a very different pre-flight process.
you do. Dong, 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 dong.
Well, I do that, and then I go through and check all the seatbelts and make sure that they're nice and tight if they have seatbelts or a rope.
There are some seats.
Oh, they have
You
just
just
tie
tie
yourself to the seat. I will make something.
This
if
is
it's
a
not.
minimalist aircraft,
Yeah.
so the compartment is is fully enclosed. They expect people to be moving around a little bit, so that the seatbelt situation is one where you kind of just like you put a strap on and that's it. Although it probably wouldn't help much in
I
a
still check
full-on.
all of the straps.
Because these things are going slow.
Sure.
Slower than a normal airplane would be. So they don't expect collisions to be too intense. However,
Yep.
you can fall directly out of the
Yep.
sky if you lose ballast, and if that's going any meaningful amount of speed, the straps are not going to help you.
I completely recognize that. She would just be like, this is all I can control. So
Yep.
she's going to control what she can, check the safety measures inside, and then she's just going to stretch.
I have a feeling like this is just Aaron speaking.
Hey,
On occasion, she'll hit a panel, I'll hear something loose without saying, I'll just go over, tap it with a hammer, make sure the rivets. There you go.
There you go.
I'm
Won't even
accidentally-
thank her.
No,
I mean,
I'll
to be
just
fair,
very
he
knowledge
thinks
it.
of being a pilot, and he's actually like,
Yeah.
they're being kind of.
Yep.
I was using my driving fears, yes. And then there is a superstitious thing that she has before the flight where she does a specific tap, tap, tap above the door, and then she didn't do it that one time, so she thinks that's why
Okay.
she's a little superstitious.
So-
I assume that this airfield has a administrative building where they have the strip officials.
Yes. Yep. They
I'll
do.
talk to them about weather, making sure that the weather is actually going to be what it was planned to be, checking with.
All right, you go into the main office. There's only one person there, manning it at the time. And he's kind of nodding off at the desk.
How's it looking, Jane? Jeff.
Bill.
Really?
Yes, really.
You don't gotta be so mean about it every fucking time.
You have one job.
If they pay me well enough, I got 2.
I like
But-
how your charisma's +3 and mine's -3.
He looks at his numbers. They've got some some stuff that's regularly updated from little outposts. You should be good at these, little Rocky.
Okay. Thanks. See you in a couple days.
Bye. And
I'll just
This
take
is
note.
brother.
Little windy.
As soon as
they
you get
clearly
back,
they have the capacity to give you more official numbers, but this guy is
Hmm.
not happy with his job. And
So wait, there's like a printed sheet of paper that
Yep.
like comes up. All right, I'll probably just go back to napping. I'll rip the piece of paper and I'll take it for myself.
fine.
What are you gonna do with it? And I'll walk out the door.
He just gets back to sleep. and as you get back to the ship, you notice that the Agnaughts are coming onto the strip as well, and it's a group of 4 individuals. This is Thomas, the leader of the Agnautical.
Stop taking notes. You guys don't know this.
I take
I've
notes
only
on
taken-
everything.
yeah,
You can't stop
Which
me.
is good. I only take notes on shit that I would actually.
The
she would know.
Agnautical Emerald Division. They then they have Yui
Wait, whoa. Division. Sorry, who was it for Thomas?
Thomas. So this is the leader of this group of
Thomas
this
is the
division
leader.
of Agnuts. And then you have Yui, which is a smaller man. He's like the brainiac of the group. Then you have Holga and Harold. They are twins, and Holga is the mouth. She's the charismatic one. Holga and Isadora have grown a little bit fond of each other, but she has her limits.
That's fair.
Time
And-
frame 15 minutes.
And then
That's 15 minutes
then
more
she
than anyone
fists her
else.
It's measured in
piece of
words.
debris and be like, "Oh, I found this," and then Isadora's just captivated by that for a while. And yeah. I see how this works.
Yep. She at this point she's known how to survive.
Yep.
In conversations with you.
As you need to learn. Yes.
Yes. Now, and Harold is the heart. He's a little bit more sullen and withdrawn into himself, and he has he always has this device. It's like a pendulum that he's wrapping around his hand, and fiddles with. But he always seems to be looking slightly past you. They come up aside the gondola, and they put down their pack. You have come to learn that this is called a PAM unit, spelled with 2 M's, and every once in a while you see them talk to it. It's a little weird. It doesn't talk back, but it's a device, like a backpack. It almost looks like one of those World War II radios, that
a giant box with a couple antennas.
Yeah, except this doesn't have antennas. This has a couple retractable like arrays, and it's got some bubbling tubes, glass tubes with different liquids inside of it, and through a little glass window is a golden orb.
Question. Now, Izzy absolutely would have asked them what the hell all of this was. How much would they have told her? What would they have said?
Absolutely nothing.
They just would have... Cool.
Every time you ask.
I was
Any
like give her a
questions?
different, like be like it's an orb or like something vague, or if it's just
No.
silence.
No,
Cool,
they
silence.
would have done everything they can not to say a single word.
Good to know. She would mark that down in her head.
Afternoon, Tom. How you go?
Hey, how's the other
Looking a little bumpy if we're going the planned route. We're still going the planned route, I assume.
Actually, change of plans.
Of course.
Last minute, as always. I'm gonna need you to take me to these coordinates.
Alright. What does this mean?
You know that this is a little closer to the coastline. It's still in safe distance. However, it's a little bit more of a rocky, mountainous area, and but you know how to get there. It's probably about a 2-hour journey.
Alright, well, you're gonna get hit with an extra fuel charge. I hope you know that.
Yeah, take it up with the office.
Right.
Buzz coming out.
And you know that there is a contact. If anything happens to these individuals, or if you have any any additional charges, etc., anything you need to take up with a higher order, you know that there's a specific contact that you can get a telegram to, or try to meet up with, and this contact is Zhui Mei.
Repeat that for me.
Zhui Mei.
Jui.
Or actually, no, sorry. Zhu Mei. Zhu. X-I-U. Zhu.
Not even close to how I spelled it. Ju May?
Zhu Mei. M-E-I.
Oh, I was gonna M-A-Y.
Now, you've met with her a couple times, but it's not been anything of large account.
Did they appear clandestine, governmental, scientific?
Zhu is more proper. A little bit more on the governmental side that you would imagine, but you don't have much knowledge of that side of the society. So could be government, could be some important individual, could be whatever, but you know that they dress nice.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's a black trench coat with a hat and like.
No, it's typically a little more honest conversation.
Okay.
Now,
Doesn't bother me as long as I pay.
and they do. And we had a deal about half up front, yes?
That'd be nice.
Okay. He takes out coin purse, hands it to you. That'll be 20 coin.
Fantastic.
Hi there, Thomas. How's it going?
Excuse me?
It's good to see you again.
Likewise. He
What do you need help
takes
with?
his
You got everything set up?
he takes his bags, ignores you.
I can move your doohickeys here to a safer compartment.
The others completely ignore you, except for Hoga, which gives you gives you her purse and says,
Thank
"Can
you.
you take that in for me?"
Oh, I would love to. Thank you so much. I just run up.
You're like, actually, it's too heavy.
They put their bags in. You do your final checks, and they are ready to leave.
All right. Oliver, over here.
He jumps into the cabin and takes the seat next to you.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Change of coordinates.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. Typical
Okay,
government
yeah.
job, am I right? These are the coordinates, a bit more close to the coast. Added 45 minutes. What's that gonna do?
We shouldn't see much issue. We're gonna be going over the mountains, but I know a pass that we can take, and yeah, we should be good. The weather's not gonna be too different, but I mean, no more different than most of the other rides that we've taken.
Alright, contact base of operations, ask for an extra hour of fuel, just in case. Yeah, weather looks fine.
Sounds good. He runs out, and he comes back in a little bit of time with some more fuel, and he goes to the back
I
of
don't
the
know how
apartment.
I feel helium, so.
Well, it would be for the engine.
Yeah, okay.
The helium kind of goes in and out of tanks. Every once in a while you have to do a refueling, but it's not a big... it's not like, back from every journey.
Okay.
Now, you two... So he gets back into the compartment, you do your final checks, and you notice a button. That is to release the
Do
anchor.
not touch.
It's got a little
Just
switch over.
noticed that too.
Crazy. I was always wondering how we'd get off the ground. How'd the engine look? I didn't talk to you.
If there was anything to be concerned about, I would let you know. It's looking good to me.
All right, airframe looks good. Passengers are all
Airframe
good.
is good. Passengers.
You
The
do
rest
your
of
knock?
the crew just kind
I
of
do
gives
the
you a thumbs up. They don't even have their belts on. They
This is the
Yeah,
quietest
there
I've
you
heard.
go. All right, on the go. De-anchor.
At that point, you hear a mechanical thrum through the compartment as the claws of the anchor underground, and then the belt systems start to reel them in. They
You put that back
Another
I
day,
just-
another dollar. Am I right, Oliver?
Can I see him drinking? I wouldn't say shit, but I'm just wondering. Is it like closed off, or can I?
it's not closed off.
So
You
I can
could
see this. I stiffen up and I just stare at it.
it.
Which is a little bit.
You want some? You look a little stiff there.
Oh, good. Thank you so
All right.
The anchors finally
much.
get into place.
I'm whispering we're gonna die this time. I made a lot of improvements.
The propellers start spinning at idle, and you adjust the ballast so that the airship starts to move up into the sky. At this point, everything is routine. You leave the area, and eventually go through the mountains. You see that the terrain that you are crossing. There are settlements here and there, but nothing more than small villages, most of it abandoned. And there's not much dense forestry. There's a lot more plains than anything. A little bit more mountainous areas. And
I'm gonna say that on the ship there's a spotlight. I'm gonna, wherever this looks like a settlement or places where people might be, I'm gonna shoot off like a Morse code signal, see if I get any response back.
sounds like something that would be relatively standard that you do frequently.
Yeah, to check up on places I passed over,
Yeah.
see if they're still there, if anybody new pops up.
Every once in a while, you see a little reflected light send back a message that says "A-OK"
I'll
essentially.
make note of it. I'll assume that's probably a government thing to
Yeah.
make sure that settlement's outside
To
of the
keep
area.
track of it. I like that. Um,
Normally she'd be interested in this, but she is too busy focusing.
Yep.
Look at that.
and every once in a while, you see a settlement that has responded that didn't respond this time. You also make note of that. It could be that there just wasn't somebody to see it, but
I'll say rule of 3 probably makes sense. If they get no responses 3 times in a row, they're probably dead.
probably dead. But Yeah, you do notice that the landscape is riddled with debris from different realities. You have devices that you can't recognize. You have ancient machinery. You have giant catapults that have been completely overgrown with vines and grass and moss, as these things have been there for about 35 years now. And buildings that have since sagged and collapsed. Some that are bigger, that clearly aren't meant for humans, some that are smaller. You have parts of the landscape that clearly don't match. There's some areas that are like, okay, this is sand. There's like a pile of fucking sand in the middle of this. There's a tar pit. There's random bits that just, it doesn't make sense. But you've grown used to what this looks like, and you know nothing else. Now, you eventually make your way through the mountain pass, and air gets a little bit...
Can I point out, like, scrap locations? Points of interest?
Please make a hard perception check for me.
Which one's perception? That one's perception. Oh, it says perceptions. Perception. That's a nat 20.
Whoa!
Damn! +2.
So, you that would be a complete success.
Better.
As you are surveying the landscape, you make note of a few...
Before you make the decision, I think it'd be fair to make royalties on claims that you spot and report back that are successful missions.
Yes.
Before you make that decision, so you're not like, oh, you find a pile of gold. Oh, actually, I get royalties on that.
Yes. So, you have people who are regularly exploring and document everything, but there's too much debris to count for everything. And every once in a while, most of what you're seeing is stuff that's already been reported, or you've already reported, but every once in a while you spot something that is strange, something that you didn't notice before. And
And I'm
you
doing
see,
documentation, right? Usually, like that's
you'd be the one that ends up like taking this down and into the books, essentially.
Yeah.
Now, as you guys are crossing over the landscape, you do spot something that is out of place. You didn't notice it before. It seems to be, it's hard to tell from this up high, but you see the light reflect off of it. It seems to be that there's like a metal box in the middle of the landscape.
A huge metal box?
From what you could guess, from this up high, it looks about the size of a small house.
Oh, whoa.
Like
Wow.
a cargo container or
You asked me.
Yeah.
Thought about it.
You can't tell exactly what it is because what you see is just a solid metal box.
Fuck me up. I was like in the middle of the signature. Wait, no.
I remember once I was like hallucinating in class because it was
I put
so
metal
late.
box, size
I
of
was
small box.
doing notes, and I was daydreaming at the same time. And so I looked at my
Solid box.
notes, and it was just the dialogue in my daydream. And I was like, that is
Oh,
that's not economics right there.
You're like, I need to take a break.
Yeah.
That woke me up. I
That's
was like, oh
weird.
shit.
That's pretty good. That's
Wow.
Quick question, Mr. Whatever your term is.
great. God.
GM.
GM, okay. Obviously different things have been basically like teleported into this world.
Mm-hmm.
Did different people get teleported into this world? Like did like an
That's one of the-
alien body?
That's one of the strange things, is that no.
Or the pictures of people?
There have been pictures.
Are any of them not human?
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
That's cool.
Most of them are,
Yeah.
but every once in a while you get some things that are different. There are humans with slightly different variations. And it seems like that in this multiversal landscape, the things that collided with your universe were the things that were inherently adjacent to it.
Mm-hmm.
So this meant that small variations typically would be the ones that you would see. However, there would be some that were so far outside that they would be unrecognizable. And this is time agnostic. So, it could be from the future, it could be from the past, and it could be from a completely different evolutionary tree, right? Now, you spotted the box.
Izzy, up front, please.
Oh God.
Okay, well, give me 2 minutes, and I walk really slowly over.
Izzy, we have the coordinates. We need you to write them down now.
Oh, okay, well, I'll make him a backpack. Okay, right here.
Writes them all in the backpack.
All right, see these coordinates up
In the
here?
back. Pull it out.
See these coordinates up here?
Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
Why don't you write those down?
Okay.
Writes the wrong coordinates.
No,
mean,
she's
they're-
think about that shit, but otherwise, she doesn't even look down.
Slightly
She just
changing, like the seconds north, the seconds west, or whatever. However you actually write coordinates like that.
I don't know. I was just trying to think about that as well, and I realized that I'm not educated well enough.
Yeah, it's like what 36 degrees north, 15 feet
Yeah,
west.
you got
7
like the
inches
point
north.
00
Yeah,
whatever.
I
Yeah.
don't
She
know.
would
Yeah,
write
it
down
does
in
little
an entirety and
sting guide.
exactly the same as it, like very quickly.
Fair enough.
Point of interest. I saw something down there.
Well, what do you see?
An interesting little box.
A box.
Wasn't recorded. Could be something.
We don't have any records of boxes in this area. Of course, I would write it down if I saw a box in this area.
I would have told you to write that. Thank you.
That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna keep an eye on that. I don't know if I'll record it right away.
You know, that's the-
How big is it? Draw for me.
About the size of a small house.
Oh goodness gracious! It's a very large box. Okay. Are we stopping back around on my back to look at the box?
We'll see.
I'm making a note, but stopping on the way back with the box. I will make it for my bosses. It can be just a you and me kind of thing.
Oliver, I want you to write the chord. I want you to do the math on what it would take for fuel if we made an extra stop along the way back.
You mean Oliver thing?
All right, boss. He
No rush.
starts doing the little math
Yeah,
on,
no rush,
on a notebook.
Take your time.
Doing great.
Well, it
Look at you
would
go.
probably take about
We're so proud of
another
you.
hour and a half to 2 hours to go through the entire procedure of landing and taking off again, and then getting up to speed. Assuming that we spend about anywhere from 15 minutes to half an hour at the actual site.
Okay. See if you can shave that down a little bit.
Will do.
Question.
Yep.
On these kind of missions, when the agronauts usually get off, what do I usually do? Am I helping? Do I assist them? Do I assist them? What
So
is
you
I
typically
don't know.
you typically go around. You take some.
Am I describe?
Rocks.
You make some
You can't
quick
escape it.
illustrations of what you see, the nature of the debris. You try to spot if there's anything that's worth, writing down in the form of languages you do or do not know. If you want, you could also have a small film camera that you can use to document this stuff. And this is usually before the Argonauts end up doing their ritual, which I will describe when we get to that point. At which point they immediately leave, and you can spend a little bit more time if you need it to analyze the debris.
Okay.
Now, would you mind doing?
They marked it,
Okay.
but they're not. He's saying
Yeah,
that.
we might stop on the
Maybe.
way
If
back.
I'm
We
not
might
doing it,
I
record
wrote
it.
it
We
down
might not.
in very
well,
detail.
I would say that we're
Great detail.
Gotcha.
So we
that
know
was
these
it.
coordinates.
Okay.
And I have them up here. She's actually
You had
very
them written down, right?
I had them written down, but they're also up here, boss.
Don't call me boss.
now.
I did a thing with Michael and my mom.
You guys are approaching the rocky pass. You get through with minimal turbulence. It's not a terrible journey. However, I am going to need Izzy.
Oh,
Your
yeah?
turn.
Yeah, I'm going to need to make Izzy to make we'll do a hard athletics.
Oh, fucking
Wow.
hell.
For what?
Athletics is what essentially one's stomach
Oh,
Oh,
would
okay.
fall under.
I was gonna say if this would be fall under parkour, but if it's stomach related, then no.
Nope.
So that's a 4 plus 3.
Alright.
Puke's coming, y'all.
You're gonna need a vomit bag.
Yeah, I will. I definitely would have vomit bags in my little corner.
You
Take
know,
one out.
I was legitimately going to say, like, with the added turbulence, I was actually going to say I would take an extra couple vomit bags.
Well, I would
But I
definitely
decided
have,
against it. I assume we have a couple old ones. mountains anyway.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
say
I definitely bring some on. This is probably.
No, this is something that you keep in your
pocket.
pockets, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, so
This happens.
you take it out and you just hear from the back.
I was doing really
I'll
well.
check back there. I assume she's the only one throwing up.
Yeah, everyone else is just doing their thing, rocking back and forth.
I hate flying. So
You
much.
did this.
Honestly, I feel like I should roll with disadvantage, but also
Why does she yelling?
it's gonna be the same.
Well,
Unless
one of your weaknesses is flying, yes?
Yes. Well, yeah.
Then you would have rolled at
Fear of
disadvantage.
height, so yeah.
Yeah.
That was a 14, yeah, so let's take the 4.
Yep. Now, just past the mountains, you see a green clearing over what am I looking for? Like a cliff face.
Okay.
And there is a slightly slanted white pillar that you can see coming out of it. This seems to be the coordinates.
Okay. Do I frequent this area often or at all?
You normally stay on the other side of the mountains, but you have been this far.
Okay. Landing coordinates match with what has been reported in the past, I assume? No new landing zone?
No new landing zone, but there's, from what you can see, actually, please do a mundane perception check.
Let's go. Yikes, that's a 6.
All right. So what you survey the landscape, and you don't see anywhere that would be within reasonable walking distance, except for a patchy strip just outside of where the tower is.
Alright, I'll take a quick look at it, mark it as green as standard procedure. Landing zone's good. Even if I haven't landed on it, I'll just quickly pencil whip it. Good enough.
Thank you. And so you approach, you get closer to the landing area, and you tell everybody to be prepared for landing, etc., etc. You go through the proper
I
procedures.
strap myself back in. Let's start whispering.
And what you see is a white tower with very sleek edges. It juts out of the terrain besides the cliff face, and it's sturdy enough to have maintained its form over these 35 years, even at about a 15-degree slant. So very strong architecture from what you can
So
tell.
is this a pillar or like a building that looks like a pillar?
It is sized like a building,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't have any clear windows. Right. Now, the weathering has started to wear at the facade, so it's not pure white. It's gotten more dirty. It's started to fade in the sun. You have moss that's building up. Some plants are trying to creep up the size. And the landing strip, as you get closer, it's a little rocky. The area that you're looking at, but it should be good enough to place down. This is, however, the area that you can land. You note that it is a little bit closer than what proper procedure calls for. When the Agnaughts joined your crew, they mentioned a few things that are proper procedure when you go on these missions, and proper procedure dictates that the distance to debris should be no closer than in a 200-foot radius. It doesn't look like you can land any further, though, and this is about 150 feet.
Do I notice any yardsticks on board?
Nope.
No measuring equipment.
No
typical measuring equipment.
No typical measuring equipment, unless you think that you would bring it on board.
Okay.
It wouldn't be part of the... Nope. Fair enough.
I'll let them know that we're going to be landing at the 200-foot mark, and it's going to be a hard landing because of it.
All right. Sounds good.
I start saying we're gonna die just a little bit louder. I also am gonna just switch my mood thing real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sliding.
Yep, your mood goes down.
I'm wondering also when we're flying, can I like bring it down but then put it back up as soon like when we're on the land because I'd just be happy that we're back. Like a temporary mood
debuff.
change.
Yeah,
when we're
I could say
flying?
that when you guys land, you can bring that up again.
Okay.
During
So I
any of
think it'd
this,
be very
I
low
assume that
flying.
your
It's
mood
not
has
flat,
stayed
it
pretty
crashed.
steady.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as long as it's good landing, I'll increase the mood for another happy landing.
Yeah. Now, you guys.
I'll tell Oliver to get ready on the button, get ready for a hard landing. Normally, I guess I would take care of the landing procedure, but I want this.
Yep.
I guess it-
Ready, Captain.
All right, bring her in.
All right, you bring it in as fast as you feel is safe, and you land directly on rocky terrain. The ship stutters and skirts to a halt, and immediately you feel that there's a windy gust coming from the debris. It's starting to rock the entire ship backwards a little bit, and Oliver is quick to the button, and he presses the anchor. The hydraulic cylinders shoot out as the massive projectiles crunch into the ground, breaking rock even, and then once they bury themselves in, they extend, and the cable is still loose. The ship is still rocking back and forth from the wind, and you don't have much good purchase on the ground. Oliver switches the lever that changes the direction of the wheel mechanisms, and they start to pull in the cable, and you see it get more and more taut. Eventually, the ship kind of implants itself, and you are sturdy. You are landed.
As a backup system, in case those don't work, there are winches on the top for people to manually tighten it.
Mm-hmm.
On the inside.
I like it.
I think
Now.
I'll puke again. I'm not gonna lie. I think that
One
should-
final puke in the back, and the Agnaughts.
No, she feels
All right. Thank you. Another successful landing.
We're on the money. I'll give Oliver a fist bump.
Oliver just. Yeah. Now,
Cheers.
you guys,
Actually, man.
sit and wait. You collect yourself.
I'm good.
And
Please fun,
and the
please
Agnaughts
basket.
open up the door, step out into the train, and start. They take the PAM unit, the backpack with them, and you notice they each have the same like a wristwatch almost, except it's a little bit more
Ben 10.
funky. Sorry,
Ben 10.
not quite.
Yes! Oh my god.
Not quite.
Yes.
I
It
fucked
doesn't-
with Ben 10 so hard.
It doesn't
Yeah.
have a visible face. It doesn't tell the time. But it has multiple little smaller bubbling tubes, similar to the PAM unit. And other than that, no visible purpose.
I'll
Now-
do my after landing checklist, make sure everything's secure, but I'll check the rear view mirror that I have in this bad boy with the little fuzzy dice.
Yeah.
And I'll see what their little ritual is. Curious
Are
this
you exiting the ship?
Yes.
You exit the ship. You kiss the ground,
Oh, absolutely.
and you start observing the building. It's massive from where you
I just start taking
stand.
some notes about it.
You take some notes, you
take
do a
some
little bit of
pictures.
sketches, a few pictures, and would you please do a hard perception check for me?
That's a 19 plus 2. That's a 21.
Nice.
Thank you for coming when it needs to happen.
So, you circle the building, and on the far end from where you approached, you notice a little symbol etched into the side of the building. It appears this was done at eye level. Now, could you please make a hard intuition check for me?
Yes, and would this be like deciphering?
This would be deciphering.
So can I do it with advantage? then?
You may.
Good, because that was a 2. That was a 10.
Intuition check, you said? That's a 13.
Okay. So, and that was a hard intuition check.
Yeah.
All right. So that would be a failure unless you want to bump it up with a will.
I'll bump it up for the will. This feels important.
So then that's when the mood part comes in.
Yep.
Okay, intuition. That's balance, and I'm 2 away. I did mark it down. You can tell me whether or not I did. When I pushed it back up, I did 2 away because I figured that she's still like kind of recovering
Yep.
instead of the 3 enthusiasm. If that makes so I'm 2 away from that. I don't know. If it's...
Yeah. So that could be either 3 or 2. Either way,
Yeah.
you have succeeded if you mark off the will.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Our first successful will usage.
Yeah.
Now.
I feel like this is an important one.
Now, you spend some time with it. You hear the Agnaughts on the other side murmuring and doing their stuff as normal. And you realize that this must have been etched in after the collision. And it wasn't part of the debris before the collision because it is eye level to the ground. The whole building is cantilever, and this is on the sign that is lower, so for it to be etched in, somebody would have to be at least 20 feet up in the air, which feasibly could mean that maybe there's super tall individuals, but most of the evidence supports that this would be a normal size person, and it's etched in hastily. You make note of the symbol. It looks like here, I'll make a little illustration of it.
Ooh. I get an illustration.
I didn't get an illustration. I just got metal box.
This is what happens when you spin a wheel. You get a little something extra.
A little something.
something.
That is the
Ooh.
illustration.
I'm gonna just do that. Hold on. It's a little circle. Got a little.
Looks like a blimp from the back. Cool.
Where are the dots?
2 dots there. Okay.
That's me and that's Oliver.
Why not me? I feel like this is gonna really crush it.
You're completely oblivious.
But
All right.
Erin feels it in her soul.
All right. Otherwise,
But he's never gonna let you know.
No, absolutely not.
otherwise, you notice that as you're doing this, you're watching them do their little ritual, and you notice that they're talking to the box, the pan unit, a lot, and every once in a while they see them move it to one position or the other. And they finally agree at a position, and they start to get into a little circle. But you notice that Thomas looks back at you and seems to have forgotten something. He walks up to the cabin. He opens the door and peeks inside.
I'm gonna help you, Tom.
Where is Isadora?
Oliver, do you see where Isadora went?
I think I saw her go out behind the building.
She might have
I'm
got
just-
herself into a little bit of trouble.
I doubt we haven't heard anything, but it's procedure. We need to have her in the ship when we do this.
Roger that, I'll get on the intercom. Izzy, where are you at?
You hear a
ignore
booming
this
voice go
for a second.
over the landscape from the ship.
Yeah, first time, ignore it. I'm fully looking at the symbol. Do I recognize, does it look like any other symbols I've seen before?
No.
Intriguing. Yeah, I'm analyzing it. I don't answer.
Izzy, get back here now.
First of all, we have a
You don't have a
code
radio.
name.
You don't have That's an intercom.
Oh, yeah, we have a code name.
Yeah, you're just by yourself going, yeah, Roger that, Billy Bob.
You know what? That's canon. She does that.
You pretend you have a radio.
I feel like you would have
You pretend that
given her,
radios
like,
exist.
I feel like you would have
By
given
that,
her
radios
something.
existed. Radios existed.
Not
around
hand
World War-
radios.
Well, no.
No.
But you pretend.
But
like you
this is also divergent in
He
1888.
also
Yeah.
said that it's basically off of 1888, and even though it's 19 whatever it was, 25, it's not actually our 1925.
So then intercoms exist?
They're still,
Actually, no,
they're still, they
Yeah,
have,
I had those.
they have
I have
intercoms, they
so many
have
episodes of that.
telephones, and they still have a strong usage of the telegraph
Mm.
at this point in time. But like a radio in the form of a backpack hasn't really come to
Understood.
fruition yet.
In that case, I'm just gonna yell and be like, 1 second! Real shrill.
You see Thomas bang his head against the door, and he's like, yeah, I heard her. She'll be here in a second. She closes the door. You see him mumble something to his compatriots, and they all kind of wait there.
Before I go, can I just feel it and see how...
They just watch her like feeling this.
You feel
Like,
it,
is it
and
rough? Is it deep in?
the surface is cool to the touch, but doesn't seem to be metal. It's a little bit more. It's solid. It doesn't bend to your touch, but it's not taking in the heat of the sunlight as metal would. Now, when you
Oliver, can you finish the after landing checklist? I gotta take a piss.
all right. Now you bring your hand over the symbol, and it's etched in by a knife or something sharp.
How deep is it?
Just deep enough that it could be seen. So a little bit of I forget what it's called, but it's got a little valley and some burrs.
Okay. And I don't see anything else.
Nope.
It's just smooth and that. Okay, then I'll go back to the ship.
All right. You go back to the ship.
I'll run. I'll do a little run.
The Agnaughts give you a little look before looking back at the party, and Holga just gives you a little.
Did you find anything fun over there?
We're doing our procedure.
You haven't started yet?
We're not looking at the. That's your job.
You weren't completely fascinated by everything over there? I thought that you were going to go to
At this point, Yui gives her a nudge. Not now. And
We'll catch up later.
We'll catch up after. Just go back to the ship. Procedure and everything,
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry. I got distracted by something cool. Okay.
No worries. Bye now.
They don't even ask.
She's a bad liar, but she's not going to share that shit.
Now, for this next bit, I am going to wait for Michael.
Yeah, that's valid.
Nice, yeah.
In that case, she's going to take her time, maybe do a little hop onto the ship. Feel like a...
Izzy, goddamn it, what are you doing?
Just get on the ship, buzz. There was something cool over there. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
All right. You're looking in the rearview mirror, and you see them do the same thing that you've seen them do many times over. You watch them gather around the PAM unit, and you see the little arrays pop out of the
What?
You see the little arrays pop out of the PAM units, and they kind of scan around for a second before returning, and you hear a thrum and a roaring noise. And then a flash of light. It reflects off the mirrors, and this is something that you have seen many times over. This is not...
Now, is this like a flashbang level of brightness, or...?
It's not a flashbang, but, you did have to kind of look away for a second. Now, you have seen this done many times, but the Agnaughts have always been there after the flash. And they've packed up the gear, and they've returned to the ship. This time, however, they disappeared after the flash. They were no longer there.
Have I ever been told that was a possibility?
No.
Have I ever heard of it?
You've just been told not to say what you've seen to the general populace. I'm sorry?
Sorry, in like my realm of like collecting debris and shit like that, have I heard of anything like this?
No.
Yeah, that's thing.
Oliver, did you see where they went?
He was busy bouncing the ball. And was,
I love Oliver.
what was that, sir?
They're gone.
Where the fuck did they go?
What? They're not here after the flash?
Yeah.
He looks into the rearview mirror, and at that moment, you guys are thrown into the dash, and a large bang resounds through the atmosphere. You guys are 200 feet away from the blast. However, the massive shockwave of air still pushes your ship out of the ground. The tethers snap, and you are rocking forward.
Nope.
What you saw in the rear view mirrors was a mass of white tendrils culminating in spikes, almost as if a giant sea urchin had just spawned. And the tendrils seem to react to the atmosphere and dissipate, sizzle, recoil, almost as if in pain, and then embed themselves into the ground. These are pure white tendrils. They don't give off any shadow, but they also don't give off any light. It's almost as if you're looking at a landscape and then these areas of the canvas don't have any paint on them. The tendrils recoil into the ground and seem to snag and then completely dissipate. What's left behind is a murky white atmosphere. And the plants, the rock, the building itself, everything that's inside of this 200-foot sphere has completely lost all color. You guys are being thrown forward. You are tumbling in the air. You've been ripped out of the ground. And
So one time
you're currently, it looks as if you're about to tumble forward upside down.
Ooh.
In an airship.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
There is a mountain face in front of you.
Up, up,
Alright.
up, 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 up.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, put that fucking thing down and get us up.
You have
Oliver-
seconds to react.
Oliver, redirect all helium to the front ballast. Reset the gyroscopes.
Right away, sir!
Oh my god.
I'll reset the hydraulic anchors.
You reset them,
Can I do anything to
they
help?
wheel in and
Not in
they
the air, so.
you hear
Mostly okay.
a grinding snap as the anchors, which normally have a metal thing at the end, at this point is just cable, and the system destroys itself. The metal shears, and you see in front of you sparks and pieces of completely destroyed metal just burst off of that part of the ship. And you feel as he is going away at the controls, the ballast starts to realign itself, and you're about 80 degrees from tipping before you start to realign. At this point,
Now,
he's
is this cliff
overcorrected.
face in front of us, or is this a cliff face downwards?
This is a cliff face. So the cliff face is downwards. However, you were facing the opposite direction towards the mountain. So you are now careening towards the mountain. And the thing is that you guys weren't prepared. You were in landing mode. So you guys went up, and now you're going down into the mountain face. Now, the ballast has started to prevent that from happening. However, you're now overcorrected, and you're rocking backwards. You see the sky up in front of you, and you are still going down into the earth.
Going downwards?
You're going into the earth, sorry, but the earth is rising up with you.
Alright, war emergency power, full RPM, past the limits.
The engines start going, just pumping everything they can into it, and the ship rises up into the air. And please,
What the fuck? What the fuck?
please for me make a we're gonna do a finesse check, and this is gonna be a hard finesse check.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Finesse, but
Well, actually,
pilot is under perception.
Sorry, perception. I've got where I put it. perception check.
Nice.
Remember, you can
Insane.
use
Nice.
a will if this goes poorly. Oh, that's not bad.
Okay, 16.
16?
Yep.
So, let me look at your skills real quick.
Sure.
Did you put piloting in this thing?
You know, I was just born with it.
So, this is going to, for a hard check, this is going to count as a partial success. Do you have the will to bump it past, or at or past 20?
Aaron's like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'll use my will, and I am slightly happy.
Now-
the perception, I need to be happy. So
Perception, you need to be happy.
Yeah,
You're
no.
slightly happy.
I'm one level happy.
So it'd be the far end, and then you count how many down from 5. So
4, 5,
so that would be +1.
plus 1.
Oh, and by the way, because of the way it was done with the dowels, it's like 5 on either side, so it would be like essentially these 2 last points don't count.
Yes.
Oh.
So 5, 5.
Yeah.
Because
Okay,
like
yeah,
the dowels,
yeah,
because
yeah,
So not the end is 5, but this
4,
one's
5.
Yes.
Okay, okay,
Yes.
got you,
so
got you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's
then.
cool.
So that would still be 1 because it's essentially you count from here. That would be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
Nice.
and everything else is 1. So
Yeah, in that case, then no, I think doing the regular is fine.
okay. And by the way, another thing to explain: intuition. When you use intuition to guarantee success on a roll, I realize I hadn't explained this before. Sorry, influence. With influence, you can guarantee success on anybody's rolls near you. Right?
So
I just mentioned this.
Oliver.
Oliver could not.
I feel like
Do
this
that
is
in this
important.
scenario.
Why do I have to keep using
how
my
do
shit?
you refill influence?
Get a lot.
That you have to succeed on all of your aspirations.
And that's the only way.
That is the most reliable way.
So like, they wouldn't go at like a long rest or anything. Like it wouldn't reset.
Nope. Will and
Sir!
all that stuff doesn't restore at a long rest.
And do you immediately get a mark or a scar?
You get a mark.
Mark.
You get a
Mark.
soul mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
What? Do you want me using influence on you?
No.
Okay, great.
And do you get your can you ever get your marks back? So like
You
0?
can.
Oh, you can.
Soul is one of the harder ones to get back, but
You need a spot trip.
Cool.
but he already got a partial success.
Jesus Christ, Oliver, cancel out the ballast.
You guys, he shit. I'm sorry, and he readjusts it. You get into you balance out, and you're rising. You have full ballast at the end of this maneuver in both sides, and you're rising as fast as you can. You notice that the mountain face is starting to get a little bit too close for comfort. However, because you're still having the forward momentum, how would you handle this?
I mean, back pressure to increase the nose as much as can to probably just barely scrape up, but like.
Yep. So,
Because well, you said it was 80, so I said to balance it out, so like to not keep doing this, but to keep it like that and
Yeah.
slightly, so
Yeah, I know.
a bit more the other way. But when I say to counteract it, to not flip it over.
yes. So you end up doing it, but it's a little bit too late, and the right engine gets sheared off of the rock face.
Ooh.
You hear the crunch of metal, and the whole cabin. It yaws to the right in the process, but the stabilization system, the fins, manage to get you still pointing forward,
Boss!
and you are now up in the air, stable. You can still continue.
I think
Okay.
it's time to go land.
Bring the RPMs back, keep it in a stable position. Don't want to overheat the engines. Make sure altitude is somewhat steady, and then consider the landing spot again.
Consider the landing spot.
Like
The same one? That
yeah.
was hard to get into before.
Do you see anywhere else, Izzy?
Uh-oh.
Can I see anywhere else?
Could you please do a an impossible perception check.
Impossible. Oh, I got a 19!
damn.
Wait, is this perception you said?
Perception.
So you're 21.
21.
21.
I don't
That could
know.
be partial.
That's a partial success.
I'll take it!
Yeah, so
Nice.
it's partial success for impossible from 20 to 24. 25 up. That's
Full success.
that's a
So
full
that's a
success.
the best you could have possibly gotten.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
So if I had gotten a 20, that's still what? How?
Well, you can
I
boost it
would've
with
had
will.
Oh, that's how I would do it.
Yep.
I'm not.
Or any additional things. You know, there are some other abilities that give you another 1d4
Understood.
or 1d6, whatever. You know, you can give somebody, there are some abilities where you can give somebody a d6 to add to their rolls, etc. Now,
Oh, yeah, I forgot I could do that. It's fine.
you survey the landscape, and, you know, you're trying to keep your stomach from interfering with your brain.
Yeah.
And you don't see a place that would be safe. You're looking, and everything else would be, you know, in that bubble. And something about it, something's telling you that you shouldn't go in that bubble.
Don't go in the bubbles. Go back where we were. Go to the land strip and safe and safe.
Alright. Oliver, how's the landing system looking?
Oliver, you know, takes a look and presses a few buttons.
Jesus Christ, Oliver, look outside.
He's doing the best he can.
He goes out to the door, and he puts a strap on, yanks it a few times, opens the door.
To, like, look outside, you know, like...
The thing is that you couldn't see the landing system.
Well, like,
Directly from the windows.
the anchors?
Oh, the anchor. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. I thought you were talking about the.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
No, yeah, check the anchors.
So he looks out at the anchors. It's not looking good, Captain.
Oh, God.
They're all bust.
All of them?
All of them.
You're just gonna die already. That's great.
Alright, lean
And
out
I'm
to
like,
make sure,
do we want
save as
the
much
shots?
fuel as we can while we figure something out.
This doesn't exist yet.
You got a fun box.
He
We're
brings
about
it
to
all
die.
the
We
way
don't
and
know where you
hides
are.
the engine.
either.
It's escalating.
Perfect.
You're gonna
That
kill
works.
me.
Yeah, they're stopping. Of course.
Alright, has he got any bright ideas? Our hydraulic landing system is bust. So we
Okay.
have the mixture lean so we can stay up here for a little bit.
Okay.
How are you feeling?
Do you want to go further back and try to find another place to
Well, you
land?
shouldn't their moods be decreasing rapidly?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. You're gonna be a -3,
Oh, from there? Okay.
and -2 for your mood.
-2. I feel like -1 with alcohol
I was
has
gonna say
already
minus
crashed
5
my ship
for me, so I'm
before.
just gonna take what
I think a
you
-1.
Make a mundane spirit check.
Ooh.
Or spiritual.
Where's the spirit check? That is a 14.
Alright. Yep. -1.
I also do want to say that not being happy isn't always like proper.
Yeah, no, my spirit is best when it's actually middle. So I was thinking about doing a will, but I think it's fine.
Now, so what are you attempting to do at this point?
Honestly,
I'm trying to be not unhappy currently. I'm just asking her what if she has any bright ideas.
I'm thinking of bright ideas, and
and coming up with
Oliver's
nothing.
at this point squeezing the ball in his hand.
Oliver, you did the emergency landing procedures and calculations, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, what's our landing distance without the emergency anchors?
oh, boy.
It's like fun.
From what I saw about the terrain, I don't see how we could make it within a distance of the bubble.
No, we don't want to land in the bubble. We mean going around the bubble. It's like, we shouldn't go in the bubble.
Approaching from the opposite direction would be impossible because we'd have to go through the bubble.
I don't think we should go through the bubble.
Just considering our options. All right, let's head back. Let's see if we can find a proper landing spot. We already lost an engine. Let's see if we can remedy this. This wasn't in the contract, quite frankly, and I'm getting a little bit sick of these agnaughts.
I'm afraid it probably was in the contract.
Do you
It was a
have
contract?
Yeah, you were forced to sign it along with the NDA and everything.
Do you have any
I was-
to fix the engine? I can go out.
If I recall, in events like this, it's procedure to go back and report it.
Good idea, Oliver. Let's head back.
Wait, but we gotta see what.
You see him breathe.
I'm afraid this isn't standard operating procedure. Let's head back.
We have to come right back for them after. We're coming right back.
Sure. Let's head back, Oliver.
I have
I put foot down.
Exactly.
See, Oliver, this is why we get paid up front.
This is fair. I wonder if they'll give us the other half.
They fucking better.
Check the contract.
I'll have to check that contract.
I was
Yeah, you
my
should.
payment for this shit.
Now,
Alright, your flight controls. I'll do the
Yeah, wait.
calculations.
Well, you
for
asked me
one
for it.
engine remaining. We'll run through that checklist. Your flight controls.
he takes the controls and starts heading you guys back.
With salary workers.
Obviously, the
Working
right
with
engine is
salary.
completely demolished. You're not getting any readings from it. You are, however, leaking gasoline. It's going much faster than you.
Do you want me to go out?
That is
patch
Stand
it?
by. Where's this leak coming from?
It is coming from the right engine.
Well, yeah. Is
Lack
it from
thereof.
like just straight up the engine? Is it like a pipe leading from it, or is it just
The leak-
engine?
If you look to the rear, you can see that there is a
We
tube
have
that's
internal fuel tanks.
yes, yep. But you see that there's a little tube that's flapping around in the wind, and you see little bits of gasoline.
Izzy,
Yeah.
we need to have a conversation real quick in private.
Okay. What's up, boss?
We're leaking fuel.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, this is pretty serious.
It sounds
You'll be fine. I
No, why
need
doesn't
you.
it start that way, boss?
Come on, where's that happy-go-lucky attitude I always see from you?
On the ground.
Yeah, we must have lost that in the collision. Well, either way, I'm gonna need you to go out.
I am glad because of you. You made me this way, Dad.
Welcome aboard the hard landing.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
need you to go outside.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to tie that fuel pump off. Otherwise, we're not gonna have enough fuel to make it back.
Oh my god.
Do you want this to happen again?
No.
All
No, sir.
You'll be fine. You're
Uh-huh.
tied by a rope, by a really good knot. I tied it myself last month.
I'm gonna test that knot.
Do whatever you need, but you have about
Do a moderate athletics check, please.
about 10 minutes.
That's a okay. That's a 17.
All right. You test the knot, and it's solid,
Okay. Okay.
as much
okay.
as you can tell.
Okay, I'm feeling okay about this.
How much do you weigh, by the way?
125 pounds wet.
Rope can handle 100, right, Oliver?
I'm not definitely super wet.
It's fine. You're fine.
You're
You're fine. You're
Okay,
fine.
okay. This is fun.
You see Oliver is nervously looking back from his seat. And he's like looking between the two of you.
Oliver, if
Yes?
I die out there, I need you to send a message to my parents.
Who? I don't know your parents.
You don't even know your parents.
The names, I don't know if you care with names. Clive and
Clive.
Which one's Clive?
Clive and fuck, what's a good
Clive.
Clarice.
Therese, Clive and Therese, Flint.
Therese. Flint.
Tell them I'm sorry, and that the government will take care of them, and then make sure the government fucking takes care of them. All right, let's do
I'll
this
do what I
shit.
can.
What?
I'll do what I can.
Okay, thank
Go,
you.
go.
So, would you constitute an engine of an airship as large machinery?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Oh, can you also look into the symbol and then like throw my camera? You'll see it on the thing. It seems important. Take care of that shit. That
yep.
shit's expensive.
Understood.
Okay.
We're going down. You need to do this now.
I know. Go.
Alright, so I'm going to use my ability as Smooth Operator
Okay.
to give you a 1d6
Oh, great! Thank you.
on
The first ability usage.
and something like an auto clamper. I don't know.
Sounds good. Yeah. You can use it to just crimp.
Yeah,
Essentially.
an auto zip tie.
Yep.
Does this
Why
count
not?
as parkour?
I would say that this would count because you're
That's what I was hoping.
you're essentially having to jump from rung to rung.
Yeah. Okay. Though I don't know if fear of heights would have influenced this, so maybe it's just a straight roll.
Yeah.
Okay, it's straight roll.
Now, would you please
Uh-huh.
make a hard
You got it, girl.
athletics or finesse check?
Oh, it's gonna be athletics, because that's better.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay. That'd be a 15.
Okay.
What,
So
which
that
is a,
counts as a moderate success.
that's
Okay.
not
That's
bad,
That's
because
not bad.
I don't think I'm high enough. Athletics is better when I'm happy. So I don't think...
Will's not going to
So
help.
did you
I
say
don't think
is
Will's
it a
gonna help
minimum
here.
of +1?
It's a minimum of a +1.
Minimum of +1.
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to be at the door and
Would that help me?
rope-ish
Yeah.
at the ready.
would that help me?
In this case, no.
Okay, great. Then
If
I'll
you were a
take it.
14, then it would make it a moderate success.
Well,
But
no, I'm
you're-
15. Wait, what? No.
So if your original was a 14, the +1
I'm a
would bring it up
15.
to a 15.
Yeah.
But you're already
So
at
then
a
it
That's
moderate
why,
would've
success.
helped
that's why it's not helpful.
Because it would be
You're
plus
already
1.
at a
So
moderate.
you're at a moderate success. If you were at 14, it wouldn't be a moderate success.
So
I'm
then you would
confused
want to
about
use
wouldn't I get the +1 and then add it on to the 15?
Yes, but what
You
is the
can't.
difference
Oh, because
between
it would
15
still be a
and
moderate
16?
success.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
sorry.
yes.
the only
Yes,
difference
I
is
understand.
with
I understand.
Yeah. So this is favoring a system that's less of like the DM being like,
Yeah.
or the GM being like okay, well, +1, does that make it a yes or a no? This is more of you guys know where the boundaries are
Yeah.
and can use your abilities
Should have made athletics
informed
the
in that way.
balance thing.
Now,
But here we are.
You exit the cabin,
Mhm.
and we're gonna go to
Fuck you!
Alice.
Damn.
Now,
Oh.
Can I make a note?
Yep.
While she's outside, I'm going to ask
She's
all...
going to start cutting the rope.
I'm going to ask all of her... I'm
I'm
going
a
to
backup
remember to be like,
character.
shit, do we have an emergency fuel cutoff? Only when she's outside. So I'll make a note of it before I forget.
Damn.
Shit, wait, do we have an emergency fuel cutoff?
Okay.
Oh, we do.
So-
both.
He's waiting for a snack.
Alice,
You're about to perform.
would you like to introduce your
My
character?
time.
Hello, I'm.
Governor.
Shut up. Hello, I'm Alice Bloomswood, and I am a humble woman. I look very average. Quite not. I wear a lot of colors, but my features are neither here nor there, and I am quite a modest lady, unless I am doing my passion. I am a psychic, but only to those who specifically know me already. I live in Scotland, the recreational theatre district, and I am the owner and runner of a cabaret. And this cabaret operates during the day, and at night becomes a bit of a nightclub. Now, I am the manager, and the women there are my daughters, essentially. I've grown up with them. They're my sisters. They're my daughters, and they are lovely. I'm about 40 years old. I was 2 when the collision happened, and so I do not remember anything else. But I did grow up in the agricultural southern district, and I have a skill or two up my sleeve. I might know a thing or two about some spiritual crafting methods, and I feel like most of you would have heard of me.
So, Alice.
Like name on poster sort of thing?
More like word of mouth. Because I don't want people to actually know my face.
The host of the cabaret.
But they know
Right.
of me.
Ah, okay.
Would we all know which ones of us would know of her?
I probably would.
I would say that you would probably know. You
Probably
maybe
haven't
even go
frequented
to
it,
the establishment
Like the
once or
cabaret?
twice. I would
Lonely
say
guy.
that.
My kids died.
Do you think your character would be?
What if your aspirations get therapy?
Nope.
Now,
Really good.
would you have been interested in this sort of area at all, or like I would say probably not.
No, I think
all
I
see
would have
theatrical
like known
stuff.
about like cultural shit, but I don't know if that's something that I would
You
necessarily
know that the
go
cabaret
to.
exists.
Yeah.
You would know all that stuff, but like you probably wouldn't know by name.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that you would know. You know, you're like kind of next door neighbor, sort of.
We've met.
Yeah. We've
You've
probably
met
done
within-
some
with-
things. and
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, we've collabed.
Yeah.
And you should not know.
Especially the singer too. You would
About
have
the
come
cabaret.
over. So like we like maybe
I would only
know
know
my
That would be
Yeah.
inappropriate.
If I followed him there, not knowing where he was going, that's the only way I would know.
Yeah.
That's when you started looking out for her. You were like, I can't be caught.
You're like,
Never
go home,
again."
go home with you.
Yeah, you're like, shoot,
Place
away,
not
away.
for you.
Adults.
Do you want any cookies?
They're very good.
Yeah.
The lemon and the chocolate.
Sorry for reaching over.
I've been pining for
You can
some.
take some with you if you want. You can just take a
I'm gonna
bag.
take that. And I'm
GM
gonna take
Yeah.
that. And then I'm
I'd
also
like
gonna
to
take
cut
some of
out
these
my
guys.
Those are.
So you might not know
Thank you very much.
what happens.
Alright.
That's actually good that your guys' thing happened.
Oh, yeah.
before.
I don't
Now.
want to block any of your die.
Oh no, you're fine.
Alice.
Hello.
So you are currently in your cabaret in Stratton.
Am I in my office or am I like? Is it performance?
Well, first I'll give a description of the Raucous Ruby. This is the title of your cabaret. The Raucous Ruby Cabaret. A play on Ruby Rock, but you know. So the Raucous Ruby is it has a dimly lit interior with tasteful ornate drapery, red velvet cushions with golden frills. The space is relatively roomy with customers at various levels, seating and dining tables, all looking at inwards at a central stage up against the wall. Staff members are attending to the customers. They're bringing food to some and taking dining away from others. And then, some are just bringing their delightful company. It smells of perfume and exotic spices with a hint of cigar smoke.
Oh, I also smell like cinnamon.
And you smell like cinnamon. Now, you are managing people as they're going to and from, getting started for the day. I assume you guys would start, later in the afternoon, probably
Yeah,
like
we
2,
would have
something
2
like that.
shows. So we would have a show like around 1, 2, and then
Yep.
another show around like 5, 6, and then the evening shift would start around like 9, 10.
You are busy making sure everybody is ready for the show because today you won't be there to attend it. Today you have other plans. Now.
It's getting increasing.
Yeah, I know. Like, oh no.
You should be nervous.
Now.
Let's go back to the box.
Yeah.
Back over
Let's
there.
go back to your snack.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, this entire time I hope you've been thinking about what you wanted to eat.
I don't know what there is to eat. I don't know.
You're like, when will that waiter come back to the menu?
There's ale.
And eggs.
I'm not
And
even
fries.
legally old enough to drink
You're
it.
not.
Now, you are talking to your assistant manager. Her name is...
This isn't to the manager.
Yes.
assistant to the manager. Her name is Clarissa. And she has red, long hair, a bony face, fur coats, and underneath the fur coat is lingerie. She always wears one of those long cigarette stick holders.
Nice.
And you've been going over with her the checklist of what needs to be done in a day. Would you like to explain what needs to be done?
Of course. So, Clarissa, as you already know, I hope that you've checked off this list over here of things to do. So, have you checked in with what's the name of the lead performer?
The lead performer, we'll say, is Wendy.
Okay. Okay. So interesting. Clarissa, check in with all the rest of them. Leave Wendy alone. But make sure that all the other girls are prepared to make sure that Wendy is, taken care of and has a couple drinks before the performance. And make sure that their hair is all nicely up and pinned and their makeup is perfect. And also go into the crowd, do your typical thing of seeing if you can get the men, the husbands, away from their wives for a moment, see if they can come by later.
You know that's my specialty.
I know. I trust you in this regard.
Trust me, they're in good hands.
God.
Oh.
Don't like that.
Yikes.
PowerPoint.
Up likes it.
Oh my god. Okay. But yes, make sure Wendy has her own room and space. And what else? Make sure everyone's fed, but not too much. You want them to look good. Yeah. And in terms of background of my character, she's also pretty cold and kind of detached.
Physically or
Emotionally.
emotionally?
Emotionally.
I'll make sure to ration their
Money's
biscuits.
money, man. Honestly.
Thank you so much, Clarissa, darling. Yeah, I you know the rest. You know what to do.
Yeah, of course. We'll be fine. Don't you worry.
Thank you. No.
Right. Have a good trip. She leaves and starts to boss around.
The smile doesn't touch her eyes.
Yep. She, nice little, what's the term? Flavor. She goes off and continues to boss around some of the employees, and you see Wendy is on the opposite side of the room, and she's talking to some of the customers.
Wendy, what are you doing? Don't talk to them. You're better than that.
She looks up at you and she puts up her hands and says goodbye to the patrons and kind of gives you a little look like that on the side, and then
And
moves
I
around to
kind of
different-
glare disdainfully at her.
Yeah, she avoids your eye contact and continues to go to some other customers. Now, you're about to miss your train.
Uh-oh. Train.
Or
Okay, well, I
She gets a scent.
wait.
Blood.
I bring my dagger. No, I get whatever is. Wait. So, how long am I going to be gone on this trip? Do I know?
This trip, you would imagine that you'd probably be back in
Ideally, obviously.
the early evening.
Okay. So yeah, I'll just bring a little, not even briefcase, just not a briefcase. What I'm talking about, a big purse that's asymmetrical, lots of patterns on it, similar to my skirt.
Yeah.
And
I'll also mention that
put
you
it over my shoulder.
note to make sure that you have the notebook that you have been asked to bring.
Okay.
Now, you exit the cabaret, and before you is the stagecoach that has been called ahead of time to take you to the station.
Okay. I make a note of not trying to I don't hide myself at all. So but I don't expect people to know who I am. But I do walk out in a way where if they were to know who I was, I'm ready to see if any clientele that I've done psychic readings with are around.
So you're being confident.
Yeah.
Please do a mundane perception check for me.
Oh, of course, it's gonna go. It's a 1. My first
Runs
roll.
in the family.
Yeah.
First rolls.
You notice anybody you
My,
know?
my first roll was a 4 too.
So yeah, that fails.
My first
You don't
roll
notice
is
anybody
20.
you
Yeah, I
know,
was gonna
and
say.
you go directly into the
Right.
stagecoach. There's a man that's smartly dressed with the top hat that's holding up the door, and he looks completely past you, not into your eyes.
Okay.
You enter,
I
shuts the
don't
door
see
behind you,
anything.
and he's already been given the directions. He gets up onto the seat and snaps his whip, and the horses continue to propel you forward in through the streets, and you eventually get to the station. He gets down, opens the door for you, and
Thank you, darling.
of course, miss.
Now, out of my way.
He was already out of your way. So he just kind of yes, madam.
More.
Kind of shuffles away from the door, but still holds on to it. And before you, you
That's
hear this
better.
electrical sparking and cracks as the
I'm intrigued by that.
well, it's a noise that you've
I'm familiar with.
you're familiar with because
Okay.
this is the cable car.
Okay,
in.
that kind of sparking. Okay.
And it comes to a halt, and people start to enter it from the platform.
Okay.
I assume you enter.
Volunteer?
You're on the cable car, and it's an uneventful journey. You get to the central station, and you get out. You get out of the platform. Before you see some signs that are saying that later on in the day there'll be a performance by the Hargreaves, which you've come to know.
Nice.
And probably about the time that you get back.
Oh, okay.
So you might
Are
be able
they?
to
And
catch
they're near me. Nice.
Yep. And in about 3 minutes, the next cable car will be leaving to. The next gondola will be leaving to go to the surface.
Ooh. Okay.
So you're going to need to go to the platform for the surface.
Okay. Cool.
At this point, you approach, and you see that there's a higher security at this gate to get to the surface. You see, or the top side, I should say. You see that they're checking everybody's bags. They're letting people through, checking credentials, and the authority here. They are known as the Tiers Watch. Tiers spelled Tyrs. The Tiers Watch, and they are the primary source of authority in the topside and the Citadel. You approach the guard.
I put away any I try to tuck my bangles and whatnot that kind of would show that I'm into more spiritual stuff under my sleeves, and I try to adjust my belt so that my skirt hides it a little more, just to have less things that are too colorful and frilly. Not that I want them to just think that I'm part of the cabaret, not that I have any spiritual stuff going
Can I
on.
ask you a really quick question? Is the city kind of against spiritual stuff like you? I know they
Yeah.
kind of look down on the arts as a whole, but are they also
I think
It's
so.
considered to be a not super useful skill.
Yeah.
So industries, there's not really an industry for it. If somebody were to make a shop for it, then they'd be run out of business. But it would be a little
It's
bit
not
more
very well
taboo
respected,
than
sort of.
the normal arts. So, it's probably the wisest decision to keep it on the down low.
Yeah, so I try to cover that up as much as possible, but again, I'm not like trying to cloak my face at all. I'm just trying to seem a little less into that stuff.
So they, you approach the guard, and he just asks you, papers?
Of course. Here you are.
Alright. I'm gonna need to take a look into your purse, please.
And there's it's kind of, not literally like a Mary Poppins purse, but like it would be one of those big sort of like clothy purses that has a lot of side pockets.
For the cocaine.
So
He takes a cursory look. Could you please make a...
it's very messy.
yeah, could you please make a mundane charisma check?
Alice
Sure.
frequently skis the slopes, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh
Even
Wait,
what was the roll?
Yeah, so
Charisma.
was I recognized?
Not yet.
Can I try to bring attention to my fame?
Yes,
and
you
if
may.
I roll a 4 on a 1d4, I can.
How do you attempt to do this?
I grab his, like, I don't grab his arm in like an aggressive way, but I kind of just am like, well, have you I recognize you. Have you been down to the very infamous Raucous Ruby?
He stops shuffling through for a moment and looks at you in the eyes. Can you please make... I forget
Should I roll
what the check
1d4?
is.
Yeah, I roll the 1d4, and if it's a 4, it's a successful... I'm successfully recognized.
Correct. Yep. Okay.
That's
So you add that to your original roll, and if it's a 4,
Oh.
you are successfully recognized.
Wait, I added to my original roll?
I think so.
Oh,
Can you read it out loud for me, please?
sure. Bring attention to fame, roll 1d4 on 4, successfully recognized.
Oh, okay. So never mind.
Yeah, so I rolled a 3, so I'm not...
Okay. I've been there before, yes, but I
Oh,
Never mind.
Never mind.
clearly he's not down to talk
Yeah,
about
yeah. That's fine.
and he's a little bit caught off guard. He doesn't see anything, and he kind of wants to get you out of there. So he gives you the purse, and
Okay.
you're free to go.
Uh-huh.
He starts treating the next customer, and you step up into the line to get into the gondola, and you see the giant double set of cables that rise directly into the sky.
Am
you
I
get in.
familiar? Like, do I do this often?
Especially recently, yes, you have.
Okay. And who am I bringing the notebook to again? Was I told?
So
Or no, was
You-
I not told? It's fine if I wasn't. I just...
you are meeting with the Ivory Divers.
Oh.
You have been training with them in exchange for a deal. You want to learn about card crafting for your own business,
Nefarious business.
and they want to know information. They've been priming you up until this point. You've gone up multiple times.
Oh, I also asked for payment with gossip, by the way, from people.
Yeah,
like,
so
like, that's something that I don't care as much about gold. It's not that I don't want gold, but a lot of times, especially if I know if someone's like of higher influence, I want them to tell me gossip.
I'd imagine as such. And the Ivory Divers know that you excel in that industry, and therefore have asked for your assistance in that particular area. Now, they you rise up in the gondola. The doors close. There's the creaking and slight swaying as the thing goes all the way up to the surface. It's about a mile to 2, and it's done in about.
Can I look at the notebook while I'm...
Yeah, you may take a look at the notebook. Yeah,
Does
sorry.
it have anything written in it? Is it locked?
Your own notes.
Oh,
And there's
it's
a
my
lock.
notebook. Oh.
It's notes on bits of gossip that you've gotten from various
Cool.
people.
I know what's
In
going on.
particular, they wanted gossip on one individual. The name is Barnabas Strauss.
Now, do I actually have gossip on this person, or am I making this stuff up?
Now,
Good
you can make up parts of this for sure. I will say that the most
Do I
important
have
things
notes?
that you've noted. Yeah, you have notes. The most important thing that you have noted is that Barnabas Strauss seems to have been fallen off the face of the industry, and
Industry of what? Engineering industry? Or
he was a scientist and an engineer, but now he's no longer in that area, and he seems to not be working anymore. But he's also not found in his home. He leaves at weird hours.
Does he have a family?
He does not have a family.
How? Who? So I just I'm stalking him. I know this, or just
Well,
from
you've
talking to people?
from talking to people
Okay.
and generally gathering,
And he's out at weird hours, but not at my nightclub.
not at your nightclub,
Rude.
except for one time
Oh, okay.
where you had where you didn't attend to him. One of
Yeah, I wouldn't.
your other
Yeah.
employees attended to him, and
Alice is not particularly attractive, and that's not really her skill set.
so. Yeah, those are the main points that I would point out to you. But you could also make up a few things if you wanted to.
Okay.
Now, you also know that he's not particularly attractive. You get to the surface after a little bit of time, and you exit the gate. You have the security there that lets you through, and you're at the upper Golden Gate at this point in time. From the surface, they don't have a lot of other cable cars or tracks.
Sorry, I should go to get to my family.
Okay.
Can I leave this here since the next time I'll be using dice is next Sunday?
Yes.
Sure.
And
yeah.
then do that while you can keep using your dice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll put
Good
it
point
away
at
at
the
the
end.
end. Is it okay if I leave this here too, or do you
Yeah.
prefer to take it?
Yeah, that's totally good.
Thank you. This was really fun. I'm really excited.
Woo! I could sit this time. So funny. I love Izzy so much.
I like her so much.
Yeah,
so
She's
cute.
so annoying.
No, she's the best.
I love it.
Yeah.
She's just every internal thought that I've
Now
squished.
there's going to be a few things that happen with your character.
Oh, we're gonna get back to that.
Yeah, we
No,
are going
that's-
to get back
that's
to
fair,
that,
that's
but
fair, that's fair.
it's going to be
Yeah.
brief.
Okay, sounds good.
Well,
Let me know.
yeah.
I can also watch the stream.
Yep.
I'll wave so I know where to go.
But basically, just look at the point where you are and aren't in the seat.
Yep. That makes sense. Okay, yes. Let me know if there's anything. If I fucking die, just tell me.
You're not going to die.
Okay, great. That's all. Actually, yeah, it was a partial success. If I lose like a finger or something, just tell me.
Oh.
I'm gonna view
See, he
you
didn't
as-
see.
I'm gonna view you as like a husky, like really loud,
Yeah.
but still a husky.
Yeah. Almost saved me.
Yeah.
Bye. All right, this was delightful. Good to see you all. I'll
Good to
see
see
you
you
Thank
too.
you for
This was
joining.
Lovely. Thank you,
A lot of fun.
Isaiah. So much fun. Great
And a
girls.
brilliant character.
Thank you so very much. I love all of your characters.
I know.
No, I'm a big fan of everyone's characters that we've brought forth.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a
I
great
like
journey.
I like the
Very
variety. I
different.
can't wait to have you interact with all of us. And
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, that's gonna be funky, and there's a lot of things with
because I feel
you
like you're gonna
that
know
I'm-
more information.
Hey there, kid. Hey there, kid. You want a drink?
Is this trash?
I was like, what? Orange juice?
And I am
Yep.
good with children and everything, so I'll actually really be like, oh,
But
and
yeah.
you'll be like,
Alright, bye everyone.
Bye-bye.
Hi.
So
Couple you as a kid. As his
Uh,
son.
you get to
I'm
the
sure.
surface. There aren't any cable cars or other tracks really to get to other parts of the surface. This is mostly by walking or cart, etc. They don't have any reliable tracks because that would be too much. Except for a track that's regularly maintained that connects the Tangria district with Golden Gate.
okay.
Now, You get to the surface, and there's a cart that's waiting for you there as well.
Who is paying for this? Am I paying for this trip, or is Clarissa?
You were paying for
or...
the journey up to the surface. The ivory divers are the ones that.
Okay, so they're the ones who
getting
have assembled that it's like there at the right time and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, same deal. Person holding the door open for you. You go, Mika.
Hello. I'm not as rude in this instance
Yep.
because I don't
It's not
feel
your
as
territory,
comfortable
yeah.
in this territory, so I'm just more quiet.
Yeah, he is clearly less maintained than the stagecoach that had.
Gotcha. And that also would make me want to not talk to him as much.
Yeah.
Like I would be like, even though I'm
Poor
from
people.
no,
Yeah.
I'm from the agricultural district, but I don't like to.
He shuts
Think
the door
about it.
behind you, and he gets back into his seat. He takes you on a longer journey until you get to the edges of.
I try to look outside at where. Does it look like I'm being taken somewhere I'm not supposed to be?
No, you do notice that the quality of the buildings, however, they go from two-story, multi-story buildings, denser streets, and then they start to thin out a little bit, and you get it starts to go up in density a bit. However, the quality of the buildings have drastically decreased. You're now in an area that
In the slums.
that it seems has been largely abandoned,
Oh.
and you notice that a large wall has been erected, and you're getting closer to that wall, and eventually you get directly up to the edge of the wall, and you stop at an intersection. There's rubble of a few buildings. Pretty much everything is abandoned. You don't see anybody walking the streets, and there is a half collapsed chapel up against the wall. Now, you know that you are in currently the Lax. LACKS. The Lax, or you're just on the boundary of the Lax, I should say. The Lax is inside the wall. You guys are currently not in the Lax, but you're up against the boundary.
Got you.
Now,
And what's the name of the agricultural district that I was born in? And now I'm trying to...
so I forget, were you in the north or the south?
I was in the south.
So then you would be in Freya.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, you get out of the cart, and the cart trots away, and you're left with the jarring silence of this abandoned landscape.
I'm trying to see if I can hear if there are any kind of entities that I feel in the vibrations I'm trying to make now.
Could you make a spirit check for me? And,
sure. What I was about to say is that, what on earth would my mood be right now? Like in terms of, because I haven't really done much.
I would say it wouldn't move much from your initial mood at this point. So, now would you please make a
Spirit check?
mundane spirit check?
Oh no, put it away. Put it away, they're done. They're done for this session. They can come back next.
Let's share.
Wow. Cool. So that's definitely gonna be a failure. I got a 1 plus my 3, so 4.
Alright. Now,
And I don't
you're a
know
little
what
too
the
frazzled to accurately get a reading.
or it's so silent that like literally or at least in my ears, I'm like not picking up anything.
But this particular place is one that that you've gone to a few times before, and you know that you need to go to the church this time around.
Okay. I start walking over to the church, the chapel.
Alright. So this is the Fisher Street Chapel, and the building is close to the wall. It's abandoned. The chapel is clear, like it's not much different than the rest. Part of the roof has caved in, and vines grip the building tight. Paint is peeling off the wall, and multicolored shattered glass crunches underneath your feet. The air smells distinctly of mold.
Lovely.
As you enter the chapel,
I take one of my scarves and put it over my nose and mouth.
you cover your nose and mouth. As you enter the chapel, you see a absolutely destroyed landscape. You know, there were some piers here and there, but you know now there's collapsed ceiling.
Collapsed ceiling? How am I walking inside?
Like there's a portion of it that's
okay,
collapsed,
okay.
right?
Gotcha.
And around the left side, you could navigate the debris, and then in particular, what you're looking for, you know, is a bookshelf that's been collapsed.
Oh, okay.
Please make a mundane.
Can I
Perception
borrow someone else's?
I mean, if you trust it.
Yeah.
It's been
I
okay.
mean, it's gonna
Mine
be better
got
than
a
mine.
D20.
True. But now that I'm gonna roll another one here. I'll try it.
You got it.
18.
Oh, much better.
Oh.
Thank you. So wait, what is this? What check is this?
Don't leave me
Perception.
hanging. Don't leave me hanging. What was it?
It is 17.
Hey.
So 19.
17.
Yeah.
You easily spot a bookshelf on its face that's been collapsed on the floor, and it's close to the wall. As you get up close to it, you don't see anything that pops out to you immediately. What do you do?
What type of book am I looking for?
It's not that you're looking for a book; it's that you're looking for a passageway.
Oh, okay. So it's fallen. So I try to see if I can lift it at all. If there's any, like almost like levers, or if any of the books look like they're thinner, or like I try to tap some of them to see if I hear any like clicking, and I go to the sides of like the whole bookshelf to see if I can lift it. I'm not strong at all, so I'm not trying to like be like, oh, I can lift the bookcase, but like with all these books in it, but I might, if I don't feel anything, I might start removing the books from it and
So
try
you
to
notice,
see if I can pick it up.
as you're inspecting it closely, that there are no books
Oh,
in this bookshelf.
okay.
It's on its face, and if you look underneath it, there's no books that are perching it up. Whatever, it seems to be empty.
Got you. I look around and I'm kind of like, fuck. Bloody hell. Are there any? I look around for a moment to see if there are any other bookshelves, nearby.
So you look around, and I'm using your last perception check for this, and you don't spot any other bookshelves.
Okay, so I try to. I can't even read if there's any writings because I'm illiterate, by the way.
That feels pretty important.
Yeah.
By the way,
I can't fucking read.
The symbols were a little. I don't know.
Wait. Plot hole here. The notebook.
Oh yeah, the notebook.
It's been transcribed for you, so you
she
can't
can
read
write,
it.
she just can't
It's
read.
just, it's doodles. It's like your notebook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one can read.
Doodles, etc.
Maybe.
But I'd say that you would have told somebody to
This
write
side.
down these
Maybe
lines.
that's why I was
I
like,
can't
whose
read.
notebook is this?
Yeah.
I can
That's
tell.
Snoog.
Yeah.
Wait, so
it's for
wait,
students.
why do they write it for me if I can't read it?
Because you need it written because you aren't the one that the knowledge is for.
Okay, so I just give them the notebook. So I have to trust these people who write it a lot. Because I don't know what's on it. Oh god. That's horrible.
Can she understand symbols? I feel like they'd be able to translate in a way she would be able to understand. Does she have like her own language?
Well,
I feel like if
she
I'm
wouldn't be
smart
able to.
enough, if I'm smart enough to have my
Well,
own language, I'd probably be able to read.
I was about to say, are people that read
I mean,
Braille
she has-
illiterate?
she has common sense, right? But
Do I?
you know,
Sign
books
language?
books aren't her.
Yeah, I might-
Because it's still reading and understanding, so I think literate,
Yeah.
definitely.
Now,
yeah.
you see no other bookshelves. You see no symbols on the bookshelf.
Mm-hmm. I hop on top of the bookshelf and try to bang on the thing because I'm just trying to like fall through.
Kind of snoog your way through.
So,
Respect.
please for me make a finesse check, hard finesse check.
Like, I need
Oh.
your notes. Thank you.
I can't wait for her to be on the airship and like smoke a cigarette and be like, "Excuse me, read the sign." I can't read.
It's a 10, so I'm going to, oh no, because I need to be sad and I'm partially happy. Am I getting frustrated that there's no books here?
I would say that the general environment
And the
could
fact that there's mold.
decrease
and
your
there's, like,
mood by 1 point.
one. Okay. So.
Also,
yeah.
mechanic point here, mood, if you get all the way to one extreme, you are stuck there until you're able to have it reduced or increased by 2 points.
Okay.
And
So you're
anything is
manic or
halved to get out of there. So you remain depressed or you remain happy until you get 2 or more, essentially. Now,
I'm really
So-
happy.
So it
I
doesn't
need you
make
to
sense.
stab me.
It doesn't make sense to use will here. But yeah, I got a 10.
okay. So you smash into the bookshelf and your
I'm trying
feet
to hop, but I'm not.
Yeah,
you know.
your feet go straight through. The wood is old, and the splinters give you a nice gash along your leg.
Oh, how deep did I fall? Oh my god, this makes
You didn't fall deep, but you just wanton
Yeah.
smashed
Yep.
into the bookshelf.
Caught a lucky nail.
Now
So does that mean I get a body mark?
you're gonna get a body mark.
Oh wow.
First one.
Actually, ouch. Mark, first ouch.
Yeah.
First ouch. Sure, first ouch.
Yeah, it is first.
I got a body ouch.
We're fragile. No more of that.
I know.
Blood starts trickling down your leg, and you see that your dress
Does
has
my
been
mood
ripped
go
a little
down
bit.
a little bit?
Your mood would go down.
Oh shit! I had
Down a
some-
point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so you're in pain. You're now limping.
Oh god.
But
I'm really limping just from a splinter. Come on, I'm tougher than that.
it's not a splinter; it's a gash.
Yeah. Okay.
You have a bookshelf in there.
However, you do notice that underneath your feet, if you look through,
Yeah, can I peer through the hole now? Now that
Yeah,
I'm
you look
able
through
to
the
sit
hole,
down?
and you see that there is a latch underneath the bookshelf.
Of course. Okay. So why couldn't I find that before? So
Because
I
you
go
were
in-
looking around the bookshelf.
So like okay. I thought it was face first, so it was like the backing of it, like this, and like the where the books could have been was on the other side.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. So like the latch is on the inside.
It's on the inside. It's like underneath the bookshelf
Gotcha.
entirely. Yeah.
So yeah. So I try to reach through the hole, and I'm kind of like grunting. I'm like, oh. Trying to get the lever. Just trying to...
So you reach the handle.
Oh wait! I try to step to the side.
You're not on top of that. You're like, oh, I did.
You reach the handle,
actually do die.
and you're able to lift the latch open. However, there is a shelf that's in the way that's preventing it from completely opening.
Damn it! Oh
you
my
have-
God. I'm not a strong character.
Is there just like an axe? in
This is
corner?
the toughest bit yet.
So there's a shelf in the way. Oh, damn you shelves. Books. I can't fucking read, please. Help.
Would you like to shove the bookshelf aside?
I can try. I'm not very strong, but sure, I'll try. I'll try
Alright.
to just.
Mundane athletics check.
Don't worry, they let.
Oh, thank God. Here, like.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Thanks,
it was a
Mike.
19 minus 3, so 16.
You get some good purchase with your good leg, and you kind of you shove it aside, and you manage to completely free up the latch. You open it up, and there is a small little wooden ladder going down to a tunnel in the dirt.
Okay. I head down.
You head down.
And I'm kind of like,
Yep. You see the blood on the rungs
I
of the
use
ladder.
some of my skirt to get the blood to, like, I'm trying to, like, press on it before I start going down the ladder just to get it to clot a little bit.
Makes sense. And you get down into the tunnel, and it is pitch black.
Ooh. Do I would definitely have a lighter with me or some type of, like, a match because I love burning incense that is now already burned.
Mm-hmm.
But for all my spiritual candle stuff. And so I have would I have I'm trying to think. Oh wait, I have my purse. So in my purse, would it be acceptable for me to, because again, I do like ritual stuff, so I probably would be crazy enough to carry around candles, especially in this time period.
You take out a candle from your purse.
Yeah, let's
You
go.
light the candle.
Let's go.
And yep, there you go.
It's like the sleepy guy who has that tiny thing where he
God damn it,
holds-
Ashley, where's your props?
You keep it in front of you, and you're being careful not to trip over anything, any stray
any
rocks,
roots
whatever.
or
And you have to duck
I
your
also
head a
don't
little
want to
bit.
catch this place on fire, so I'm gonna put this down.
And you get all the way through to the other side. It's about 10 minutes in this tunnel that you're shuffling through, but you eventually see another hatch and another little ladder that you can climb out of.
And as I'm walking, I'm feeling the stones beside me to see if I feel anything that's like just of a different temperature to the rest.
No differences in temperature. However, you get to the latch and you push it a little bit, and there's nothing blocking.
Okay. Try.
You push it open, and before you is a rundown pub. Old barrels left and right, some shattered windows, and the door is completely off its hinges. Through the door, however, you see the Lax. It is a town that is completely run down. There are some buildings that are still standing, but there are many people that are huddled around little fires. Some of them are just in groups for safety, and then there are plenty that are passed out on the road. There are some that are actively using some sort of inhalant, and it's generally not the crowd that you want to be in. You are happy that it's daylight.
Got you. Okay.
Now you know that you are looking for an old mill.
Oh, okay.
Inside the Lax.
Cool. So I will look for an old mill.
All right. Please do a mundane perception check.
Oh, thank God, Mike's dice.
They're weighted.
17.
17. So you do spot out from the outline of the buildings.
Isaiah's mom. She got me those dice.
Oh, true.
But along the silhouette of all the roofs of the buildings, you see one of some machinery that just kind of sticks out, and some silos, and it's safe to assume that that's probably the mill.
Okay.
Looks like it's a few blocks away.
So I try to head there and try my best to stay out of trouble.
All right.
But I'm not looking like I'm trying to stand tall and be like, whatever. I know this place.
You got blood on your dress. And
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You're
Well,
ready.
I'm limping, but I'm moving slow enough that I'm trying very consciously to make it look like I'm not limping and I'm just strolling. Whatever.
Okay. Please make a finesse check for me.
Oh.
Monday.
Oh. 1.
Oh,
But not.
It was 4 minus 2 is 1.
Yeah. Okay.
Fortunately, it doesn't.
So you're trying your
Not
best to simultaneously not draw eyes, but also look confident in doing so, and it's the wrong combination. You get about a block
Oh God.
before you see that there is a group of men in tattered clothes that are following you. They're about 20 paces away.
Okay. Do I How many people?
This would be 3 people.
How old are they?
At a cursory glance, it looks like they're middle-aged.
Okay. Do they look like I see any weapons?
Not. They don't have anything in their hands.
Okay. So I'm gonna keep walking, but I'm going to start. I'm going to start humming a little chant to myself.
All right. Rain, rain, go.
And I start doing a little
Yeah,
dance.
no.
A little dance as I'm walking.
Okay. You get another block, and you now notice that they're about 10 paces away.
Okay.
It looks like the mill is 1 more block away.
What is like, other than the mill in front of me, what is around me? Like,
Ruins, buildings,
ruins, okay.
other individuals. There is a once well received restaurant that's nearby. It's got, like, old signs about the reviews and the next new dish that's coming out soon, but they years ago.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna continue trying to go another block to the mill, and my intention is that if I notice that they are, like, so catching up with me that they reach me, I'm gonna calmly stop, and I'm gonna try to charm them, and maybe even hypnosis them.
All right.
But I'm gonna, like, I'm gonna try to sit down on a rock and just be like, so, what do you guys want? Like, I'll confront them.
Just whips. That was about to say,
Watch
just whips
this.
around, takes out the walk.
You see your dead parents.
You see your dead children.
Hey, shut up!
You notice that they're about 5 paces away by the time that you get to where the mill is in sight.
Okay.
Before
and am I
you-
trying to meet people in the mill? So people are in there?
So you beforehand, the mill is. You've been told that the mill is one of the many safe houses of the Ivory Divers,
Should I step in?
and you know to knock at the front door.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So I don't step in.
You see that there is a. So the building is a rundown grain mill. It has rust trails that are weeping from crucial joints
Ooh.
along the structure, metal walls, and a front sheet metal door with a sliding visor that is currently closed.
So I'm like heading towards the door, and then I like turn around and like kind of like puff up my skirts, and I do a very quiet knock behind me, but then I just kind of pretend like I'm leaning by, and I'm like, hey, what's up?
The men were about three paces away from you when you stand back and do little knocks.
Yeah.
And you notice that they reel a little bit. One of them's bald, another one has scraggly, unkempt hair, and the third one is incredibly greased. They have white, tan, light brown clothes. Typically they would be undershirts, and you see visible signs of wear and tears and many other places. The bald man, he doesn't recoil from the building like the other two, but he kind of looks up and around and goes, "What business do you have with them?"
I'm going to try to use my devilish charm, and I'm going to so I'm trying to convince them of what it says, because obviously this is like new stuff in the game. So my devilish charm says, carefully crafted persona. You can manipulate people and convince others to do something that conflicts with their interests. I can use charisma, athletics, or spirit check, and then once per day I can add my will bonus to my roll without spending any will. So that's like the premise of this is from my background of entertainer. And how this like TTRPG works is that there's like a list of stuff that you can do per background, and you get to pick a couple when you're starting out as your character. And so with that, I'm going to try to let on like I'm gonna kind of try to act like, even though I was like being awkward enough that they obviously spotted me, I am gonna try to act like I do come here regularly, and I'm gonna try to convince them that the ivory divers, what are they called?
Ivory divers.
The ivory divers are. I'm sorry, I'm being torn up by like the wording of conflicts with their interests. Obviously, I don't know what they want in particular, but I'm assuming because they didn't think I'm regular, they might want to like steal from me. So I'm just gonna try to convince them that I don't have anything valuable on me, and that I'm a regular.
I see that jewelry on you.
I put it up. I have sleeves. Not see here.
So, what do you say? What do you say?
Darlings, aye. Don't get yourself in a tizzy. I come here pretty frequently. I'm actually surprised I haven't seen you here before. I don't have anything that you would really like, aside from really my girls back home, but they're unfortunately not here with me, and I don't have anything valuable on me.
Alright, so remind me, as a part of that, you still have to make the roll, and you can
So I think I can choose, or maybe you choose, I don't know, but you can do a check with charisma, athletics, or spirit.
Yep, so you can choose any one of those that
that
you can make the roll with.
And because my thing is only one notch from the middle, so my sorry. So my charisma is neutral, so I should definitely use charisma. So I'll do a charisma check, and once per day I can add my will bonus to my roll. So maybe I'll see what I roll and see without using a will thing. Okay, so that's good. So 18. And
this would have been a hard charisma.
This would have been
check,
hard, so
typically.
that passes hard?
That is a partial success.
So can I use my once a day will bonus to do...
it would be a +4, right?
+4? Oh, okay, awesome.
Yeah.
So
now
does that
22.
use your will, or does it just
No.
use your will bonus?
That
It uses the will bonus.
It uses my will bonus, so like I can only do that once per day, so I've used that.
Just make sure you go to bed.
Now, that would be considered a complete success with a 22.
Nice.
And I see. I haven't noticed you around.
That's not my problem.
He takes another look at the building and he's like, "All right, guys, let's get out of here." And they
Skedaddle.
They go the opposite direction, and every once in a while, some of them turn back to see what's happening. Now, behind you, as you're waving goodbye, you hear the metal just shunk.
Oh god.
Let me in.
And there's a man there.
I kind of peer through because I'm not that tall, so I'm like...
And there's a man there. He has very heavy eyeshadow and a mask across his face, and you see his eyes peering through. Who are you and what is it for?
Sorry, I'm laughing.
Goodness gracious, you're ugly.
Hello, I'm Alice Bloomswood.
Okay.
You are?
What is it for?
The Ivory Divers. I have a notebook. I opened it up to the thing.
It says so right here, I think.
You wait
I
for a
don't
little
know
bit.
why I'm saying I have a notebook.
After
I
about
guess I
2
should.
minutes, you don't see anything.
God. I started kicking the door.
Yeah.
Hey, sir! I'm fine with being loud. I'm like, come on! Let me in! You know me!
Silence.
Oh my god. Okay, are there any windows?
Shkunk.
We're ready.
Shoulder ready to break open the window. Oh, hi.
You're like halfway through.
The same man says, "All right, come in." And you
I
open up the
saucily
door.
like flip my hair. I'm like, oh, about time.
He opens the door for you, and the metal creaks as you see a room before you that is very tight.
Oh,
And there's another door that is metal. It's almost like an airlock situation. And the man is hunched over. He has a clear growth on one side of his back, and he directs you to the center of the room.
okay. I guess that's next to him since he's so small. Okay, so I just shuffle. Oh,
You see him take out from the floor a burlap sack with a cable around one side.
what?
He says, "Put this on."
Okay.
You feel him tighten the strap around your neck, not so that you're choking or anything, but
Daddy.
you can't really see what's going on, save for through the burlap sack a little bit of pricks of light from torches, and you hear the metal door open, a little bit of murmured voices, and then a hand grab yours and start to pull you through the door.
Okay, I'll let her.
You continue walking for a little bit. You take a few turns left and right, and then you
How many
hear a
lefts,
door
how many
open.
rights?
2 lefts, 1 right.
Okay. Writing that down. Okay.
And you hear a door shut behind you. And then
Same metal sound?
similar metal sound, yeah. And you get placed in the center.
And I've blown out my candle now. Like before,
and you get caressed into a seat.
Caressed?
Not caressed.
Corralled?
Corralled or coaxed. That's what
I was like, caressed. Here,
There you go.
that would be really creepy.
That would be very creepy. Maybe I should have done that instead. But you get coaxed into a seat, and you feel it at your at the back of your
My hurt leg.
knees as it touches the wood of the seat. Do you fall back into it?
Yes.
You fall back into the seat. It's
Let's see.
not cushioned, wood.
Okay.
And
Is this what I was expecting? Oh
Not
no, I don't like
particularly.
that.
Other meetings with
God.
them have been less
Charged?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
and a little bit more in more acceptable environments. Like this is definitely more.
You sure we aren't in New York or anything?
And so you.
I start speaking through my like burlap sack nonsense. Who are you? Bloody hell! Why is this going on?
You don't hear a response. You just hear feet shuffle towards the entrance that you guys just came through, and you hear the response of, "Take the burlap sack off after I shut the door," and you hear it open.
Take it off.
All right. You take off the burlap sack.
I'm doing it hesitantly, and I'm kind of squinting my eyes, trying to see
Squinting
if
your
I
eyes.
see a lot of light or something, or
And you see a small, dimly lit room in front of you that used to lay host to various bits of machinery. You see where the mounts would be in the walls and on the floors. But now the concrete floor lays barren, save for a large glass contraption in the center. Multiple tubes lead into it from a collection of cylindrical metal devices with cables and dials covering its form. The room is otherwise empty.
Feels like you're back in where we are in the
I
flight.
know.
Yeah.
Oh God. So I'm sorry. So there's cables and there's a glass box in the middle. I'm on the side, I guess. I'm sitting in a chair. I'm not
You're sitting in a
strapped
chair.
right?
You are not strapped in.
Okay. And so there's and I know you described it. I only partially heard, so there was cables and something else.
Suddenly you hear the door open behind you.
Oh, okay.
And a woman walks in.
Do I recognize her?
This is a woman that you have met with multiple times before. You do recognize her.
Do I like her?
The relationship is serviceable. She has a similar mood to you.
Oh,
I
gosh.
guess.
Yeah, so...
You know her by the name of Pitch.
Okay.
She has a long black frock with short, slick blonde hair. It's covered by a hood, and she has very pale skin, bright blue eyes, and a waist contraption filled with daggers.
Ooh. So she doesn't run.
She always, you've never seen her go without an umbrella.
Oh,
She has one with her now.
nice.
And she has heavy black eyeshadow.
So all these people have eyeshadow?
Yep. She's got a mask around her neck. It's not covering her face like the other man. And she has a...
Because I'm in a creepy room, does my mood decrease?
Oh, okay. Yeah, your mood would definitely decrease after all this. I'm going to say +2. Or -2, sorry.
Does this lady look good?
Good?
Yeah. Enough to say, yes, Pitch.
Well, my mood just decreased.
Well, she's... I mean, she has a pretty attractive face, and she's thin. But she doesn't look well fed.
That's a failure. One of my inspirations is improve someone's mood.
And
Next time.
yeah, you notice that around her wrist is another one of these devices. It's like a wristwatch, but without the face, and with a few of the tubes, the bubbling little tubes. Now, let me see. She also smells of honey. She walks up to you, and she says, "Hello, Alice."
Did you call me ass?
Alice.
Oh.
Hello, ass. What's up, Pitch?
Do you have it for me?
Darling, this is no way to treat your friends.
I apologize for the precaution, but it's
Precaution? What has
to you
gone
that is
on
necessary.
recently? What has gone on?
that is none of your concern.
It is. You're treating
It's not
me
just
like
about
I'm
what
some-
has gone on, but what may happen. You are not a member. We have a deal. And I would appreciate if you hold up your end. You are a businesswoman, are you not?
Of course, I have it with me. I just was wondering why the sudden coldness. I tried to go through my bag.
Quite
Oh.
frankly, dear, if you expected warmth at this point, then I would say that would be rather foolish.
I did not expect warmth. I just expected class.
Well, you're not going to find
Damn.
that. You're not going to find that here.
What?
You're not going to find that here.
I
The
can
notes,
see that.
please.
I'm going through my bag. I first slowly look at her, take out an eyeliner I have, and smudge some eyeliner underneath one of my eyes to make it look almost as much as hers. Take my eyeliner, go like that. I'm like, And then I keep going through, and I find my notebook, which was there, by the way, the whole time. I just was taking a while, and I'm like, you want this? Here.
She flips through the pages for a second. Okay, this will do nicely. She pockets the notebook and in her frock, and
Have
she...
you ever met Barnabas? Yourself?
No, I have not. Now, let's commence with the procedure. Have you thought about what you want the effects of your first card to be?
Shit. I remember us talking about it. because I remember that one of this is like pause for a moment. I remember that we were talking about one of my skills that I was trying to have, and you were like, can't be a skill. It has to, like, you would have to make it into a card. And I know that for my weakness...
Card crafting was one of your skills.
Yes, but this was from, like, an original sheet. Maybe I have it on one of my older ones. Because you know how we did it many times? Mm-hmm. Oh, because I was saying, one of my things was to do with either... It started with feeling people's deepest, darkest secrets.
Which is definitely a card, not a...
Which is a card.
Yeah.
Or a card to be able to send a vision into someone else's head. And to make them believe that vision has either happened or will happen.
All things that,
And then, and yeah, that ended up becoming a skill. Yeah, so I think in terms of, I don't know, I'm assuming the secret one is a much more intense one, and because this is my first card, I would say that the send a vision one makes more sense to do as like a first card aspiration.
Okay. Alright.
And by send a vision, I mean like a full-on, like, it can either try to convince them that it's a past memory or future, or trying to say like I saw a door that had like a certain symbol that I couldn't read, but I'm trying to like pass it through to someone's mind so that maybe they can read it.
Sure.
Ooh, awesome. You see the dead children.
So, would you, how would you tell this to her?
Bitch dear, I want
It's a hard P.
It really sounds like, hey ass, hey bitch.
Working relationship.
And I just do a curt little and I don't re-say her name. I want to be able to send a vision.
Okay. Sounds reasonable. I'm going to need you to hold that image in your brain for the duration of this procedure and think to yourself how that image might be portrayed visually.
Just as a precaution, I do not want to just be able to send one vision to people. I want to be able to decide the vision.
Very well. That's not much of my concern, really.
Yeah, don't monkey paw this. Yeah.
This is up to you to determine what you, how effective the card is based off of how you envision the artwork on the card. It must portray your intention effectively. This is part of the art in card crafting. Now, you've been practicing your meditation, yes?
Of course.
Okay. She goes over to the glass container and opens up a door. Be my guest. Do remember...
Are you going to go in there? Oh,
yes.
God.
This is going to be...
shiver runs down my spine.
This is going to be a disturbing procedure. There's no way around it. And you are going to be in an environment with intense cytheric energy. I'm going to induce this. You are going to witness an event, but try not to let it penetrate your consciousness. You must stay focused on the card at all times, at the weaving of the cytheric memory, the cytheric atmosphere that you're in.
May I have one moment to compose myself?
You may. That'll give us enough time to bring in the victim. Now.
Bruh.
You see her exit the door, and you are left in the room for a second.
Okay, so I'm going to sit down, cross my legs, try to go into a meditative state, and I am trying
Please do a hard spirit check for me.
Okay. Oh, wait. Just to give you why I'm doing the meditation, I am trying to bring my mood up. because my spirit
Okay.
checks are based
Can
on
I
my.
ask that every time Alice bullies someone, her mood goes up by 1?
If it's effectively bullied,
Yeah.
if it effectively decreases their mood, then yes. So, like for instance, the stagecoach that got like perturbed by that incident, yes. But although any of this conversation, it wasn't necessarily successful.
Yeah.
So-
That's right, but thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Definitely good idea.
you are going to.
I'm gonna, if you want, I can tell you what I'm gonna try to think of. Now, of course, because we've not played with these characters much, I don't know. Like, there's not that much backstory other than the backstory I've just kind of made up for her. But she's gonna try to. She would probably have worked out a system based on like when she goes to do her psychic readings to like try to be more cheery, even though that's not her typical demeanor. So she's gonna try to use like maybe she like tries to hum a song that she really likes, and then she's also gonna envision. Now, quick question for the GM. In terms of keeping things as secret as possible until actual players hear it, should I speak to you in secret about what I try to envision so that they don't know what makes me happiest?
You can tell me later.
Okay, so I'm thinking about something that you do know the backstory of, but I haven't spoken about.
Fair enough.
And to try to make me happy.
I
And
think I
feel
understand what you're
more at home.
So
And children.
please then do a
Yeah, there's.
do a hard spirit check.
Okay. Did my mood go up at all from that? Or
This
does
is
it-
the hard
okay,
spirit
this is the
check.
hard spirit. Oh god. Yes!
Nat 20.
Nat 20!
Nat
Baby!
20.
Plus 3!
All right.
3. Thank you,
So,
Mike. Oh my god.
Can we pass that on to Bjorn, please?
Increase your mood by 2.
Yes! Okay.
Alright.
So 1, 2. So now I'm neutral.
Okay, I'm gonna make a ruling right now because the rules are constantly in flux. If it's a natural 20 for something like that, for meditation, then I'll say with mood related stuff that I would actually double it. Plus 4.
Ooh, okay. Write that down.
If a natural
Write
20
that
is
down.
gonna do anything, but I wasn't sure with the numerical system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
Perfect.
Now, the door opens a second later, and 2 burly men drag in. Behind it is Pitch. 2 burly men drag in a limp body, a man that's clearly unconscious, and they just drag him past you in through the glass chamber, and lays him against the ground. Pitch then follows in with a large metal box with holes punched in, and she's struggling against the weight of it. But once they drop the body, they help her and they bring her over to the far end of the glass chamber. As it passes you, you feel a sense of transcendence,
Oh no.
which does not go against, or does not go well for your character, and therefore your mood will go down -1. Now, the box is laid on the opposite end, and
No, wait. When I sense transcendence, what do I see?
it's not about what you see, it's what you feel.
Okay. So I feel happier,
How
but
do
yet
you
my
feel?
mood went down.
Hmm.
Okay. Well,
Because from what you told me about your character, you wouldn't be
I wouldn't
down
believe
for
in
this
this.
sort of thing.
No, I will. What I told you is that in terms of spiritual, because you were giving me 2 choices in terms of what I would believe in, and I don't know what I should or shouldn't say because you already told me that I don't know how to explain it, but essentially of the 2 choices you gave me, I believe I'm not like spiritually inclined towards that. So like the fact that I can tell that it's trying to make me feel good makes
Gives
me
some
ick.
dread.
Yeah. Makes me feel like I'm gonna die.
I imagine. So you, then that's the appropriate direction for your mood to go.
Okay.
Now,
Oh, so it went down.
it went down 1.
Yes! Wait, I just realized it's actually good for me.
Hmm?
Because that means down is in, like, worse mood, right? Okay, good.
Now, the box is placed, and they have a little rope that they snake through a hole in the glass chamber, and then the others leave. Pitch is left there with you,
In the box or outside?
outside of the chamber, and tells you to enter.
Okay. I don't even look at her. I just enter.
You enter. Now, I'm going to need you to hold this. You see a card in her hand.
Okay.
It is blank. It's a blank card, and when these events unfold, there's going to be a large amount of cytheric energy, as I mentioned. In that moment, I'm going to need you to hold this card tight and do everything you can to channel that energy into the card. Remember to hold your memory, your vision, whatever, in your mind.
Okay.
Okay. She shuts the door. You have 3 seconds.
Okay. I sit down so I can be more balanced. And I'm holding the card with both hands. And I'm closing my eyes.
She tugs the cable, and you hear
I'm closing my eyes and using my sentence hearing to try to sense things rather than see it.
You hear a clambering of metal as one of the sides of the panel collapsed, and a plapping of skin you hear on the ground.
Again, I'm closing my eyes and I'm like, okay.
You don't smell anything, and you hear breathing. It's lower than you. It sounds like it's from a woman's voice.
Do I recognize it?
No. And then you hear screaming from the man as he is now conscious. You hear the gnawing of skin. You hear blood pool on the ground, and you feel it collect against your knee. And then, in a radiant burst of energy, you feel this cytheric energy get trapped in the chamber with you. It is now dense. I'm going to need you to make a hard spirit check for me.
You got it.
Oh, nice. So yeah, 21.
Fuck.
And that's only a partial success, right?
For a hard one?
Yeah.
That's a full
Oh,
success.
that's a full success. Oh, okay.
I would like you to describe for me how you channel the energy into the card and what the image on the card is.
Okay. I channeled. Well, I'll say the image of the card first. Basically, I was thinking of the place that I grew up. So, like agricultural fields. I had been told of how beautiful it once was, where my family had been from, and I was imagining a place where my children could roam there and could like be amongst the fields, be like generously fed by their own crops, and have a little farmhouse and a nice and it was kind of like a cottage vibe. And I was imagining just basically all these fields and like fun times playing with all like the children and them not having to work a day in their life. So I was imagining, and then how I was trying to channel it into the card, I was mumbling curses, and like a lot of profanity, and because of my mood, like I like being kind of like my general vibe is to be more depressed and annoyed, so I kind of that helps me focus, and so I was like, you got this.
You feel the energy.
Cheers, I'll drink to that.
You feel the energy.
So kind of letting my negative
like
energy could go through.
Yeah, you are a conduit as you feel the card thrum to life in your hands, and you continue to hear the gnawing of flesh and the voices have completely gone at this point, and then you feel a wet hand clasp onto your wrist.
Bloody hell!
And at this point, you hear Pitch yell, and slam on some buttons. You hear some whirring in the
Pitch,
chamber
you
with
bitch!
you, and the hand recoils, and a clambering ensues, and then it stops.
I open my eyes.
You see a dead man in front of you, face completely gnawed off, skin hanging, a pool of blood. And you can sense that there is no more energy in the room.
Do I see Pitch?
You see Pitch outside, holding a lever. And she opens the door.
Is it only his face that's been?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get up slowly. I have a limp, and so I just kind of.
Alright, let me see the
I'm
card.
panting a little bit. That was a lot of work for me. No, I don't actually have them.
I was
wish.
so
I wish.
excited.
I wish. I wish.
I just want to.
No, yeah, I know. I wish. I did think of some of the signs.
She places it up against the device on her wrist. You have successfully made a card. However,
Back.
this won't produce the effect that you intend.
Because you failed me? With
The
that
imagery
hand?
on the card is of a landscape, fields.
Which
So
girl?
of you imagining this environment. The effect that this will produce will make someone feel happy and serene. They'll make them feel at home. They'll transport them into this memory. But it won't transmit a memory of your intention. It'll give them this memory.
Mm.
But you successfully made a card nonetheless. She pockets the card. Now.
Pitch, my darling.
Yes.
I do not take you for a thief.
Excuse
We
me.
had a bargain.
We
Did
had
I not give you the notebook about Barnabas Boa?
We had a bargain
Barney
to teach
Strauss?
you how to do card crafting, dear.
Darling, I know how much those are
I'm
worth.
sorry, did you acquire the beast in there? Did you acquire the machinery? Did you acquire the victim?
No, but that was
We
not
taught
why-
you everything you need to know. We taught you how to channel the energy,
Well, then
how to
teach
make
me
the
better.
card.
You didn't even teach me how to make the vision right.
This is your final lesson. You successfully produced a card.
How come it wasn't what I intended? What did I do wrong, then, if you're such a good teacher?
I imagine that the vision you had for the image was your ideal and not the vision of what may happen broadly speaking. You had a specific thing in your mind, something that pertained to you, but not something that pertained to the general populace. We do not have the resources to do this again. We can't do a second try.
What if I bring you another victim?
Then, at that point, we can
Let's not
discuss.
go with her. You're like, step into the tube, small child. Go ahead.
What? I am going to need you to put on.
Well, luckily, Aaron's not here, so.
I'm going to need you to put on the bag now, and we are going to escort you outside. We will take you, if you need, to the rundown pub that you entered through. We can give you that much courtesy.
Fine.
Okay.
I try to, while putting on the bag, I pretend to like fumble with putting it on. I do have quite like long nails because they would be like nicely bedecked and whatnot due to all the performances, and I'm gonna try to rip a little hole in them while I'm putting it on. I'm gonna like pretend to be like, oh, my hair. I'm gonna try to like move my bandana and.
Please do a mundane finesse check for me.
5.
The burlap sack is too tough for you.
Thematically, it makes sense. These
Yeah.
rules.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I tried.
you get led out, taken to the tunnel. You go through the tunnel. You're not met with any opposition, and they have a stagecoach waiting for you. You.
Nice.
You.
You finally get to eat.
Chicken on a ride.
All right. Have you thought about what you wanted?
I don't know what there is to eat. What's around here?
Well, there are multiple cafes. There are many
I
different.
ate so many. I ate too many.
Many different cultural cuisines. So you would have.
What time
I
is
know
it?
what snack he wants.
Yeah. What time is it? Around 12, you said?
It at this point, it would have been a little later.
A little bit later.
Yeah.
So I'll go anywhere that has like a essentially the equivalent of a BLT type thing.
So you go to let's say
Nice.
you go to a sandwich shop and you sit down at one of the seating outside and you see
These are like chocolate Milanos.
and you see a thin man approach you. You know, he's got the nice get up for a waiter, and here's your menu, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We've got sandwiches of many different types. We've got a killer orange juice, I would say. Do you have anybody else that's dining with you?
Just me today.
Okay.
Well, I'll definitely take the
You said
orange
he's looking
juice.
at you a little off. You have the coin, yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So take a look at it. I'll be right back.
I read it.
You read it. All right. Do a read check.
Down.
No.
One of my skills is studying. I'm going to study the menu.
I noticed you take
Natural 20!
Oh my
So many sandwiches.
Oh, yeah. You look at my notes and they're just like smiley.
Yeah, I noticed you taking notes. I'm wondering what they're of.
God! So I'm now gonna spend an hour producing the entire menu for you.
Yeah.
No, so it's pretty standard sandwiches and such. There's varying expensiveness from one coin to 5 coin, and this is and they also have various drinks. They got the different juices. They got the different etc. etc.
Coin is of no matter. So, yeah, I'll get something good variety. Some tomato, that brings some like protein, and then I'll have the signature or special orange juice.
Very well. At that point, you had come over. You told him what you wanted. Very well, sir. I will get that to you in a matter of a couple minutes.
Thank you.
He leaves. You sit there and you have the view of the hustle and bustle of the station.
Did anything happen with that performance as I was walking by?
So the performance is still going on, and you can see that they seem to be doing well. The crowd is enjoying what they're doing.
Okay. I will as I'm waiting, if there's no other like something that pops up to look at, I'll take out. I'm gonna put my glasses. I can't see anything. I'll take out my journal or like my notebook, and I'm gonna be writing like different equations for my sketch because I'm trying to make a relatively small-sized portable steam-powered jetpack.
Okay.
Fuck.
So I'm working on that.
That's
You're working on the schematics.
schematics
Put
of
me
that.
out of business.
All right. So I'm going to need you
Maybe you
to
can build me a better ship.
put down at some area notes
The hard
for
landing is a
the
wonderful
jetpack invention.
Best in the
I'll
area,
put this
actually.
front and center because
Yeah,
it was.
Now, this is going to be
Might need a
currently
repair.
it's 0 out of 10.
Yeah, when it wasn't
All right.
falling out of the sky.
Now, could you please make a hard intuition check?
Wait, do you want Michael's?
Oh yeah.
It's okay. It's
Wait,
okay.
you
Yeah.
just did
My
that.
luck
You
is
did
my
that
own.
one.
My luck is my
Okay.
own. Yes.
Oh nice. There you go.
Journey 20.
Confidence.
Journey 20. All right. So,
Well, I just rolled a regular 20, so.
Oh, wow. My God.
all right, you progress it. You're now 1 out of 10.
There you go.
You spent some time studying the mechanics. You made a few breakthroughs. You're excited about what's going on. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have. Oh wait, that's for actually making devices. But still, I'm going to increase your mood by 1 point. You're making a breakthrough here. Now,
I was on the wrong side this entire time. Well, I'm not cheating. I'm just.
Yeah, for next time, I
That's
actually
like
want
me.
to make some like good wood-crafted mood.
Yeah, sorry, this was my bad.
Yeah, no, this works great.
Yeah, I love them. Actually.
Yeah, it's clever.
Little totem.
Happy's on this side. Yes. Okay.
I mean, I think the way to make this more viable is a simple thing. Just have how they have those little like wooden dowel ends, that you could just kind of. So you carve a little hole in there.
Well, yeah. I was like, I could
you got,
obviously
like,
do
an
it, but I
actual
had less
face
time, so
there.
yeah.
But no, I mean this could be greatly improved just with those little ends. If we wanted to, we could also approach it from that direction. I'm open to the different formats.
Also, I
and how
could
the
even
mood
put a tiny
sliders
bit
work.
of paint of color on one side
Exactly.
or another,
Yeah.
like to just say the like good or bad.
Yeah, red, green.
Yeah.
Now, all right. So at that point, he comes over. He gives you the orange juice. Gives you your sandwich. Enjoy.
Thank you.
And he puts out his hand.
How much was it? I don't know.
That'd be 5 coin.
I'll give him 5 points. Is it? Do people tip?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's
what's
tipping?
What's the culture?
Oh, sorry, that eraser
Tipping is an American thing. You're fine.
It's,
Oh,
it's
no,
an American thing. Tipping is only if it's like
Yeah.
extra,
Exactly. Like for a sandwich, I don't get a tip.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No or yes?
No, not for this. I don't
That's
think.
an eraser. You can actually.
It wouldn't be expected. A tip would be like, oh.
Come on, you're a little rich
now
boy,
it's
tip
messed
him.
up. Was that a razor back? Oh my god.
Wait, sorry, did I pick out a bad eraser?
No. I mean, that's not your
Does this
fault.
breakfast have a happy ending?
Does this one work, or is it just that the eraser has killed it? Better. I think that eraser is cursed.
Okay. Yes. So I won't tip. Just because.
You give him the coin. He retreats back into servicing his other customers. It's a good meal. Increase your mood by another point.
Hey, gamer.
Now,
Kid's happy, goddamn.
I'm a very happy boy.
at
He
this
was
point,
hungry after all of this.
at this point,
I was standing still for so long.
a customer of the restaurant that's opposing he's been behind a newspaper the entire time. You see him kind of fold the newspaper down, and he's an older man. You recognize him. He's one of the professors of the St. Agatha's. Now, this is the institution that you are being taught at,
Yeah.
and oh, hello, Hugh.
Hello, Professor.
So his name is
Professor.
his name is Professor Carlos.
Carlos. Okay.
Yes, my character didn't write that.
He
Smiley face.
he notices the lockbox that you have.
I said I put it. I didn't bring it with me.
You didn't bring it with
I
you.
didn't bring it
Oh,
with me.
sorry. I thought I heard the other opposite.
No.
Okay.
I
So-
said I put it somewhere safe.
You put it.
If
somewhere
that was with me, then I
safe.
guess that was with me. That was with me.
Yeah, it's not safe on the train. Don't.
Yeah,
Alright. So it's
I
not.
love how he was
okay.
like nothing happened.
Now, in which case, how are you finding your studies?
Oh, interesting. Good. Yeah, I am. Well, currently dabbling in my own personal project. I don't. Maybe you could give me some insight, and I'll show him my notebook of the current progress I have on my
He
jetpack.
gets up from his chair and he goes over to your table and he grabs the notebook. Oh, this is an interesting invention. What's it for?
Well, for exploration and proper ability to navigate different elevations much more easily than
With a giant airship, yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see the utility in it.
I don't.
I would imagine that this would take quite a bit of power, would it not?
Well, that's really the problem is the size. To try to generate that much power in a smaller unit. That is where I'm really having the most trouble. Yeah.
Any leads thus far?
nothing that my current readings have shown me, and nothing that's come to mind. Honestly, the only shining light here is maybe something that's not from our world. Something that maybe someone else has thought of before.
You notice that his mood shifts a little bit. He pulls out the chair next to you and he sits down. Has your tutor been talking to you about the multiple dimensions thing?
Was this the first time he's ever talked to me about it?
Yeah.
Just today? Recently, a little bit, yeah.
I'm not surprised. You're a bright kid. Yes. I do dare say that I think you could find quite a bit of success there. There's a source of energy that I've been hearing rumors about that could be acquired in that area. I can't strictly speaking say much about it. I'm sure you understand. But I'd say that would probably be a worthwhile direction to be investigating.
Very interesting, yes.
Now, I would keep that on the down low if I were you.
Of course.
But I'm very excited and intrigued by this invention. Do let me know where it goes.
I will.
I'm
Yes.
sure-
I'm also, trust me, when I finish it,
And
you'll notice.
do me a favor and keep this hidden from your parents.
Okay.
Not something you want to hear as a kid.
That is sketchy.
They are savage in the industry. No, I'm sure as people they're fine, but I feel like if you were to pursue them as an avenue for this invention, that they would be taking most of the credit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been working on it for a couple of months, and they haven't asked me about it, so I don't think it's going to come up.
Okay, well, just as well then. If this does come to fruition, I would be more than happy to explore avenues in hosting the production.
I'm very excited to hear that. I'll tell you when.
Brilliant. Now, I have finished my coffee. I've got it.
Did you try the orange juice? It was pretty good.
Oh, I'm sure that orange juice is great, but yeah, he gives a little go. I guess coffee wouldn't be your thing, would it? Now,
Fuck is orange juice?
I've got a cable car to catch. You have a nice day, and
You too.
I look forward to seeing you in class tomorrow.
Shit, that's right. It did exist when orange
He
juice was
gets
very
up,
nice.
puts the cup back on his table, takes his newspaper,
Yeah,
Yeah, true.
gives you a little nod,
even though they don't grow
and
oranges.
retreats to his.
I
I love it. I love how you're acting this
I know
kid.
that's the meme, but I don't think
That's like the
I think
perfect,
George
like, you know,
Bush-
little kid. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you see him go off to his cable car, and at this point you're pretty much done with your.
Yeah. I'll
I just think it's
pull
like,
my stuff away.
everyone's like, oh,
And
everyone
I'll-
thinks that Florida produces the most oranges. But
Am I
yours
expecting my
does.
tutor to take me the rest of the way to school, or am I doing that by myself?
He got you this far, and he is currently on his way back.
Okay, so I'll do the rest. So I'll walk back towards the
All right.
cart as well to get to the school.
Now, back to Upham and Isadora. We'll say, because I remember her role, and I remember my role to your question to Oliver, and Oliver just, yes, we do.
Well, you might want to turn that off.
Oh shit! Okay, fine. He finds the lever and you see that the gas on the tube just stops and it's still. You know, going
All right, you
on.
might want to run the engine out checklist. I'm gonna get Izzy back.
At this point, Izzy is hanging on on the outside of the skiff, and she's like trying to grasp at the tube as it's flailing about.
I'll give a little tug at the rope.
All right, can you please give do a mundane finesse check?
3.
All right, you tug a little too hard,
Yeah.
and she wasn't expecting it, and you see her slip from slip from the handle, and she falls screaming. And luckily, she was far away enough where there's a massive yank.
So her mood goes down by
Yeah.
like.
There's
All of it.
How much should her mood go down?
by at least 3.
Okay.
She was doing pretty well. However, she then swings back and forth,
Oh god,
caught
she
by
hates
the rope.
heights.
and she is
That's one of
is
her weaknesses.
completely outside of herself at this point.
Oh god.
Oliver, my flight controls. Izzy fell. I need you to get her back up. What the fuck? Okay. My flight controls, go!
He gets up, he runs over to the cable, and he's like, "What the fuck happened?"
She slipped!
One by one, pulling her back up to the door, and at that point, she is completely fainted, and she is limp.
So has her mood gone down completely?
I didn't know she's completely fainted.
So her mood has not gone down completely?
She's safe because she's
That's why she won't remember any of it.
Yeah.
And she gets hauled up into the compartment by him, and he collapses next to her. Her body just like walled. and Oliver shuts the door. Fuck me, shit. All right. He tries to like pat her face, and she doesn't respond. But she's at like a light. He goes back into the seat next to you. Can we get home now?
You're earning overtime, Oliver. Let's get back.
All right. He taps the fuel gauge, and it's now stabilized. All right. Looks like we'll be good.
How's our weight doing? Do we need to lose anything? We can toss out a couple of those seats back there.
He makes a few calculations by hand. It's like, we'll be running pretty low, but we should be able to get there on time.
Fine by me.
Right.
One Izzy too heavy.
Now, you all make it back. You pass the silver box and land in the airfield. You are not able to securely tether it to the ground for obvious reasons. And you notice a stagecoach nearby. And it's the same one that brought the Agnaughts there, and they're waiting for their arrival. At this point, by the way, Isadora has awoken, and she's just like stunned, not talking for the first time in a while.
Oliver, watch Izzy. Watch the airship. I'll be right back.
All right, as you command, sir.
I'm gonna walk past the carriage. I got some word for you guys. Be right back. I'm gonna go grab some sandbags so I can tie down the airship.
Understood. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
You do said things. You get some help from
Jeff.
from Jeff.
Wake
Jeff.
up! Are you still asleep?
I had a long night. Did you have success on your journey?
Another time. We need some sandbags. We need to tie down the ship.
What?
Today, airbags. Come on. Sandbags.
He gets up and goes into the back.
Airbags over there.
he he has a few guys that he brings along. They have some rope and they
I'll
start
grab
slinging
one
over.
so I look like I know what I'm doing.
Yep.
My back hurts.
and they successfully tie the ship down. There's some backup clamps along the metal hull that they can knot it in, and it seems secure for now.
Oliver, you have that contract on you, by chance?
It's back at the dormitory.
Alright, I'll wing it. I'll go to the carriage. So, I have something to report.
Okay.
Tom, Yui, Holga, and Harold they vanished. They're gone. I don't know where they are.
Okay.
And we almost lost our ship in the process.
All right. They'll want to speak to you about it. He opens up the door for you. You and your crew.
Oliver, Izzy, come here.
Oliver opens the door and coaxes Izzy out of the
She's
ship.
like still vomiting.
Now at this point, she has no vomit left in her stomach, and she's just kind of shaking. She's like uncertain about the ground. And
Come on, kiddo, we're safe.
she just has to kind of be pushed into the cabin, and you, Izzy, and Oliver are ferried over to the station. At which point you get brought to Golden Gate, where the gondolas bring you down to Lower Golden Gate, and you are now at the central station.
Nice.
Spicy.
So, everyone is now at the central station.
Nice. You're now traumatized because I'm stopping earlier. And I'm probably, hopefully, we can go see her performance. That's what's gonna happen.
The performance is currently going on.
Oh.
It's.
What's up, man?
Would you please make a
Yeah, you want some?
a normal, a mundane charisma check?
Hi, baby.
Okay.
You're so handsome.
Those are my die.
You're so handsome.
Hi, sweet boy.
Are you the actual game master?
Oh my
Oh
god.
dear.
So, again, I have a proficiency in singing.
Okay. Advantage. Would
Sing-
singing if singing would be part of your performance, then yes,
It would
advantage.
be, yeah.
Would a microphone be counted as heavy machinery?
Take this back.
Uh-oh.
We were so close to throwing that.
What's the same number?
That's a 10 for my higher roll, but I will use will to push this.
What'd you
And I got a 4. And so my charisma requires me to be neutral, and I'm almost at neutral, so then it's a +4.
Okay, yep,
Yeah,
that's
so then
correct.
It's a 14.
So that's a 14.
Is there a difference between 10 and 14?
There's not a hard difference. This would still be considered a moderate success.
Okay.
Now,
Oh, so did it not change it at all? It was a bad success and it's moderate, or what?
it was a moderate success before
And it's
at
still-
10,
and
and
it's
it's
still
still a moderate success.
Oh,
okay.
You don't have to spend the will if you
Then,
don't
yeah.
want to.
Yeah.
I'll like write down what all of those are, so.
Yeah. Now,
For future.
your performance goes okay, as well as you could probably imagine after the shakeup in the cable car, as well as the
Easy.
little. No, that just startled me because he made that crunch at the same time that changed color.
Oh.
So like I thought there was like a spark or something. Like, I don't know, but so. Goes all right.
Oh.
No one.
And I wasn't there to
No one
see it.
approaches you after the show. You see the show ending. By that time, you're passing
Gotcha.
by as the show is ending, and going through the crowd, and you all arrive from the surface, also at that moment where the show is ending. Now, you all hear a resounding thrum echo through the center. And you are all forced to blink. It's natural to you. It doesn't feel like your eyelids were tugged. It feels like
Do I feel any
instinct.
calming?
No. You don't feel any calming. But you open your eyes, and the entire station is empty.
Uh-oh.
Save for you and 4 other individuals. The 5.
Interesting.
The
And I
light-
recognize you, and I'm like, huh?
The electric lights in the room have gone out, but there is a blue light that
Oh no.
permeates
Not
through
blue
the
lights
entire
again.
environment.
Does it feel like time has stopped? Does it feel like...
Make a spirit check for me.
I'm very good at that.
Does anything feel
Monday.
familiar to
7.
me? With
You know, you wouldn't necessarily know it. It would feel like. Ugh.
And also, can I try to, like, you can say your thing. Yeah.
Does any of this feel familiar to me?
Yes,
Okay.
but
Okay.
The other 3 people, all the 3 people are like, oh my god, is that Upham Right or Righteous Intervention, Airship Transportation, and Recovery?
I heard
Okay.
his sons are dead.
I gotta.
Yeah, they're like, oh my god, is that the guy with dead kids?
My girl's talking about you all the time!
I walk up
you
to you
don't
and
even-
remind you anyone?
Ooh, I will.
They don't even accept your money because they pity you.
Oh my god, it's the guy with dead kids.
Quickly go and we'll start talking about this.
That's fucking awesome.
Oh my god. That was the best response I could hope for.
That's great that this started to a meme. To answer your question, yes, it does feel familiar, but it's not a. It feels familiar, but it's not a direct one-to-one.
Gotcha.
Now,
Is this, does this feel the same as when I've, like, gone on dives? Like, can I tell
you've
if
not
the-
gone on dives.
Oh, I've not.
No.
Okay. I've never experienced that.
So when I go swimming, does it feel the same?
No, but I mean, there's blue underwater. There's blue here.
Pretty good.
Can I at least do a spirit check on the blue light if it's, like, living?
Interesting. So you're searching for a living entity in this environment.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and make a mundane spirit check.
19.
19.
Yeah.
Yes. You feel that there is a living entity in this space, and you see a statue in the center.
The statue with the orb
The
thing?
stone man, and you feel that it is emanating from that. And
From
I'm
the
going to
orb
continue with
itself?
my description.
Okay.
There's a distinct lack of sound. It almost leaves your ears ringing as it was suddenly silenced. And in the center, the statue glows with a blue light. It seems as if it might be the source of the blue light in the environment, but it's not nearly bright enough to illuminate it as it has. The sphere that was once inside the hands of the statue has now turned golden and hovers in place. The stone robes of the statue turn into silk before your eyes, and it falls to the foundation of the statue, crumples up. The orb gracefully drifts from the hands into the silk and rests there.
just like by itself. It just like. Bloop.
Is that where I feel the living entity from?
Did anyone else see that ball fly?
Does this usually happen down here in the Citadel?
No. This is dangerous. There's a living entity there. Do not touch it.
LV is going to hurry over and stand by you.
Yeah, and
I'm gonna do so.
Yeah.
Looks like a ball to me. I'm gonna go to it.
All right.
I back up as you're getting closer. I don't like it.
Upham approaches the orb, and you see the golden orb. It is sleek, reflective. You can see your own reflection in it, and it's resting there. Seems to be calling to you.
Sir, don't go for it. Darling, no.
What?
Can I try to use my can I first try to see if he can recognize me with my household name background thing?
Sure.
Like it says if recognized, so does he recognize me first?
That's up to you.
I know her name, but I don't know what she looks like.
Okay, so I haven't said my name yet, so no. So I'm gonna try to roll. I probably won't. Yep, I got a 3, so nope, not recognized. So never mind. And then I'm gonna use. I'm gonna try to convince him, that, darling, that orb. It is very, very normal. Actually, and it's so normal that it's boring. because I have to do something that conflicts with their interests. He's obviously interested in touching it.
Ma'am, I just asked if this was a normal occurrence down here in the Citadel, and you're telling me this is boring?
It's super trivial and whatever.
I don't know what she's talking about. I've never seen this.
Are you Upham?
Can I do
The
it?
flight guy?
Can I do it?
Why, yes, I am!
Can I do a spirit check?
4.
It's part of my devilish charm. I can do charisma, athletic, or spirit check. But this is what I'm saying. I'm saying it with the devilish charm.
Sure. This is
someone
actually.
just recognized me. Can my mood go up?
Yes. Yeah.
Holy shit! Someone knows who I am.
do a +2 on that.
Oh my goodness gracious!
And I might like to point out that if any of your aspirations have been accomplished, do let me know. So like if one of your things was to increase somebody else's mood, you would have succeeded at that.
All right, so like I had drink with friends, so I drank.
Oh, and I saw the end of the performance. I watched a performance.
Would you consider yourself moved?
Yes,
Did you like
of course.
Nice,
of course,
then
yeah.
I have manipulated someone. I said, no, that isn't you. That isn't you. That isn't you. Your move someone with music. My manipulate someone was when I told people that they had my child. So I have those two.
Okay.
Oh, and I technically had a vision.
Yeah.
Because that's one of my things too.
I had tinker on something because I worked on my. Did that count?
Yeah, that would count.
And another one is nerd out with someone.
I would say that I was actually going to ask about that because I would say that you nerded out with the professor.
That's what I was going to say. And then I also have one that says receive no body marks for the session. So that's like at the very
That
end.
would be at the very end, and that could determine if that would give you a will for the next session essentially, and it would also give you potentially influence if you
What
succeed.
happens if you didn't use any will? Do you get up will?
So
and you, like, accomplish things?
I'm
or
still
do
trying
they-
to determine that bit. I would say that for the duration, my instinct is to say no. You don't have like a reserve of will, because then that encourages people to spend the will.
So basically,
Otherwise-
you're only incentivized to do aspirations if your will is starting to decrease. Otherwise,
And
you just get
that's
to use.
the conflicting bit. So I'm trying to think. If there's another way. Here we go. I came up with the ruling. If you complete an aspiration, and you don't have will to replenish, then you can move your mood in one direction of your choice.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be
Just-
max happy.
So you say an aspiration that's if you complete all 6, you can move in one direction, or if you complete 1.
If you complete
Complete
one
one.
and you don't have a will to replenish,
I see.
then you can move it in a direction of your choice.
Gotcha.
Alright, so what is Oliver's opinion of me? Does he look up to me?
He looks up to you.
Would you say that fist bump would improve his mood?
Didn't you fist bump
So-
Thomas?
No.
No.
The-
when he was flying the ship, I was like, good job.
That's it.
Because he did the ballast and all that stuff.
Does it specifically say?
It just says improve someone's mood.
Okay.
So
Um,
I'm fine with that being a no, but I'm just curious.
that is meant more for
Other
in
place.
terms of the mechanics, other players.
Okay.
I
figured-
mean, you let Izzy sit.
That's true.
I did, but I also decreased her mood probably a total of 7 times.
Yeah. You increased it first. Yeah.
But you landed, so increasing the mood.
Now, that being said, the orb is in front of you.
Wait, so can I do my check to see if I can? I know what I said was like stupid, but like
I think that this would be a. I don't. I think that's up to you guys on whether or not that would be considered a contested check between the two of you, because you're trying to convince him of something, right? Or
I'm just trying to use a devilish charm trait. I don't know how it works with in terms of in our inner circle. Maybe it doesn't work with each other.
that's primarily meant for dealing with NPCs.
Okay, that's fair.
But
Hey, that feels like something that, might suck you in, might digest you, might not be good, might be dangerous.
What do you? It's, I mean, why would an orb?
Darling, I've seen people consumed by this.
You have?
What?
Yeah.
What happened?
I feel like we have kind of overlapping backstories somehow.
It's. We'll get into it another time. It's too much.
at this
to
point, you hear a
divulge.
voice come from the golden orb.
Beware! Move back!
Do we all?
And
hear
it says,
this?
you all hear the voice. It doesn't seem to.
I start running.
It doesn't
in the
seem
other
to
direction.
go bad with distance. It's
Oh,
it's
I still
kind
try
of
to
everywhere.
limp run.
And it says, Upham, right. Alice Loomswood. Isadora. Whatever her last name is. Flint. Isadora Flint.
Flint? I think I wrote Flint.
Elvie
Hargreaves.
Hargreaves. And Hugh Crosswick.
Hugh. Mongus.
That's what they call me.
I request an audience with you all.
Why, darling? I look back. I'm like shaking.
It is your fate.
Have you ever encountered anything even remotely close to this?
No.
Cool. I'm gonna pull out a little hammer. Who's going? Hey, is this tinker on something?
So you pull out the hammer, just
Is it glass?
You just hear,
metal.
bruh.
I'll now slowly walk up to it.
Oh
Okay.
God. Okay, I'm like.
And you
you
said
approach
like-
and you get the same feeling of attraction to
It
it.
says like on a cloth
no.
too.
Yeah, it's in the silk.
It'll make you feel good. Don't go near it. It's designed to do this.
I would like to note that you all do not have your emotions are not changed artificially.
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
Like you don't feel like you were feeling an unnatural, uncanny, reprieve essentially
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah.
But you don't have that same feeling here.
Okay.
You just have a sense that you're being pulled to it.
Okay. I will just hold it through the cloth.
I'm closer. I'm gonna
Well,
grab it and be like, hey, hold it.
But he wanted to because you were hitting.
I came up next to it. I as you were like, and I would just pick it up and just like look at it around. Look at the runes on the back of the guy's like cloak and see if they're like glowing or anything.
So you
Wait. I'm gonna look at him and briefly see Oliver. Or Orville.
Oh.
I'm gonna do a double take. You know what this is, son?
No, I mean, I recognize it. It's from that statue.
Now-
but
I would like to clarify real quickly. So were you picking it up and looking at the silk?
no. So I was picking I didn't want to touch the ball itself, so I was putting my hands under the silk and then picking it up, and then looking at it around, and then looking at the statue to see if there's any other difference with the statue.
So you pick it up through the cloth, and you're looking at the silk, and you see the same depiction earlier of the collision, but then you see another addition in the silk, and it's an illustration of 5 figures. One of them much shorter than the rest, and they are all holding up the orb.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Let's point that out. That's new.
We'll be like, it.
How about you? But I can count. There's 5 of us here, and there's 5 of us on that depiction.
You are a very smart man.
I know.
I know, son.
I just look at it. I don't say that obviously I can't read, but I'm just like,
You can't read. You can't count either.
You guys want to participate or what?
I will talk. I'll
Izzy?
Izzy,
You're
I don't
sorry,
think would be
Izzy?
How are we supposed to communicate with you? What? Who? Where are you?
At that point, you see light come from the orb and accumulate on top of it, and a figure about this large, a woman, stands and looks up at you. Does this answer your question?
No. I mean, I have more questions now. Though. How?
I take the form that I must take to communicate with those I am meant to help. I am here to assist you.
Is there, in this game, is there insight?
Was that you wrong?
Oh, gotcha. Is there an insight check in this game?
Yeah, that's in the form of intuition.
Gotcha, so I'm gonna want to do that.
I think I'd also like to do that.
I would not, or it's one of my weaknesses.
Is this woman hot?
That's what you care about. What does she look like?
The woman, I'll point out.
Is she the same? I don't know this, but is this the same white as the urchin?
No.
Explosion? No.
No, this is more blue. And I would like to point out that each one of you sees a different figure. And that figure, I would have you all describe. Alright. So, what do you see? What does the woman look like?
A woman? I don't know. I don't know what she's meant to look like.
I think,
what she's meant to
you could
represent.
probably envision her as you wish. She probably wouldn't want to come in your head as you want.
Kind of more of like an. It's already recorded. I don't know. Like my mom.
Okay.
Not that one. Yeah.
And to Upham, what would Upham see?
I actually don't know which one's older, so I'm going to say my eldest, Wilbur.
Wilbur.
In between the two cameras.
What would Ellie see?
A woman, like, kind of a little taller than me, brown hair. It's kind of a bob.
I would see Wendy.
Alright.
Is he what you?
Now.
Dorn.
Now, what did you just ask before this?
If it was the same bright white as...
Well, that was, yeah. So
Yeah,
but then, like...
The last bit of conversation with
I think I really just asked it, like, how?
Yeah, you just said how.
And her response was that she takes the form that is required
Yeah.
to best communicate with those that she is meant to help.
Just look at the...
Can you help me find?
Oh yeah, that's
The
what I was gonna do.
woman-
I was trying to do insight.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it
That's
was.
what I was trying to do.
Yep, go ahead.
So, and that's
Mundane.
intuition.
Yep,
Mundane
mundane
intuition.
intuition.
Oh my god. Like,
It's not my dice.
I know, I need your dice. That's why it's happened.
Can I ask her my question and then do an intuition?
Wait, I think I might actually
After.
do a, wait, so let me think of if it will, because my mood is actually pretty down. I actually might use one of my will for this.
Well, just roll it. See if that dice would actually help you.
Nope.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
Well, but-
You just gotta replace your hand.
Now does it count that I rolled that before actually doing that?
No, that's
Oh, okay.
no, it's just to
is
see
that-
if
Okay,
just to
okay,
make you
okay.
feel better. That
Oh,
wasn't
okay,
the
okay,
dice.
okay, gotcha. It's just me.
Did it make you feel better?
Nope. So that's if bad mood. So it's one notch off. So it'd be a +4. So I'm going to. Oh, so it would be +4 to what I rolled.
Mhm.
Okay, so 8 would 8 + 4. So would 10 make a difference?
Yes, mundane. Yep.
Okay, so then I will use a will point.
So yeah, mundane checks are from 10 to a 14 for a partial success, full success, 15 up.
Okay.
And it goes up by 5 for each one of those checks.
So for the intuition thing, could I incite whether what it was saying is actually trying to help us and like is actually good?
You aren't. I will say with a partial success, you aren't detecting any intention for deception here.
Okay.
And what was all these?
Sorry, she said that she wanted to help us.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm gonna look at her and kind of go, can you prove that? Can you tell me where the woman you're appearing to be is?
Why do you want to know where my mom is?
Oh, I think it might look different to each of us.
I appear as
Otherwise, our
a
backs
subconscious.
I know where she is.
I appear as a subconscious projection. This is merely a more effective way to communicate with the individual. I'm not appearing in a way that directly helps, apart from that ease of translation.
So then what do you want from us?
I want of anyone that I appear to be in service of your attentions to traverse into Memoria.
Does that ring a bell to any of us?
No.
I don't see it on the map.
Memoria are memories, pockets of other dimensions. Through this traversal, we might be able to defeat the phage.
What?
Okay, well,
Or
you're,
to
look, you're
improve.
saying a lot of words that I'm... Can we back up real quick? Travel through memories.
Darling, what is the phage?
The phage is an all-consuming being. One that has destroyed the will of souls across dimensions like your own. You are the last remaining one.
Is this the cause of the cataclysm?
This is the cause of the collision,
The collision.
which one may call it the cataclysm.
Very nice.
I am merely here to assist.
Are
Who
you
sent you?
on this dimension? Or are you just...
I was on every dimension. Now many of I are on this. in your question of who sent me, I did. I have managed to survive the collision.
And what should we call you?
You may call me whatever you want.
Whatever you want. Okay.
Are you God?
I think that depends on your definition of God.
Well,
one might call me God in the same way that one might call you God.
I detected a living entity off of your energy, and that would, at least in my understanding, mean that you are not totally like ephemeral. That you have some sort of preferred body.
do I feel anything?
You like poke your. You
already
don't
tried
feel
that.
anything. You don't feel anything. I am not the projection.
Cool.
What was your exact question?
To do with like basically because I felt that you were a living entity. I'm like asking if you're like essentially do you have to be tethered to any like I don't know. I'm trying to like put
This-
into words like conceptually.
this
if something
orb-
is a living entity.
This orb
Like-
is my vessel.
So, Orby, you want us to bring you along with us?
If you accept me, will be deeply connected to you all. And I will assist in anything that relates to the traversal into Memoria.
Were you there with Iva and I?
In a way, yes.
Well, if I can help by working with you.
I will. Sorry.
Yes.
I'll take out my notebook and I'll try to draw the runes on my box as accurately as I can run around. And then I'll show the orb. I'll say Orby. Are these familiar to you at all?
I know that those runes in that box is connected to a version of you. I am not at liberty to, nor do I have access to that information. I'm not at liberty to disclose that information, nor do I have access to it.
Well, I mean, you just called yourself kind of God earlier, so who's stopping you? Why aren't you at liberty?
Every version of me is a partition, if you will. We do not communicate with each other in the sense of knowledge. We merely have a shared soul and a shared objective.
Right objective? To defeat the Fade?
To defeat the page.
How long has this been going on?
That question is irrelevant.
Shut up, kid.
Yes, son.
Irrelevant, not as your compatriots might imagine, in the way that it is a bad question, but because there is no answer to that question.
Does the phage stop time?
Time is a medium. The phage interact with it in the same way that you might step on a carpet.
I draw a smiley face.
Write that down. Keep write that down.
Now,
What does that mean?
I would like to formally ask you all, do you accept this partnership? I
Should we?
do not ask from you anything.
I look at Alice and I'm like,
That's great, but what do we get out of it?
Answers, access to a higher sense of purpose, the ability to be one of the many footholds in the fight against your very survival, or for your very survival.
Do you have the ability to allow me to create cards with more power? Could you?
I may assist.
What does that mean?
What is assisting me?
No, it's
Why does she want to make cards?
trading cards.
I have a deck of cards.
These
You
are-
want them, ma'am?
I just ignore him.
As of this point in time, I do not know of the cards that she is referring to.
Me neither.
But
Well, I
may
ain't got
assist-
anything going on.
How?
I have will you is this an excused absence? I have a perfect attendance.
Oh. I love you so much. Oh my god. Oh, but.
I do not understand.
Oh god.
And what would you need of us? He seems very small. Is this work for, forgive me, a child? We shouldn't risk
My
his
head
life.
perks up when she
Yeah.
says tall, and I
I'm
realize
with
I
you.
should
Yeah.
step more in front of
This-
him to protect him.
Why would this matter?
Why would this matter?
Because well, honestly, he looks smarter than most of us. I look
All
at us.
of us.
All of us. Yeah. But it feels like he might not be in the right position to make this decision. He's young.
Well, I'm going to leave it up to you. I am not one to exact this sort of judgment.
Why us?
It was always you.
See, saying weird stuff like that, honestly, and I take out my notebook and I start making a pros and cons list.
I make an effort to basically trust in LB, and she said it's okay. So I was like, all right, and I accept that I will go forward and accept this.
I don't think it means any harm, but
No harm. It's a pro.
I think what it'll want us to do will be dangerous.
I do not want you to
Yes.
do anything in particular.
Double underlined.
I am here to assist.
Will I get will this help me understand the box?
The box.
The rooms, the lock. Will I be able to open?
I do not have the answer to that question, but I know that this aligns with your purpose.
One last question before I accept. How did you transport us here?
I did not.
Good question.
You did.
Me?
You all did.
No, I was walking towards the train system.
Let me.
Do you guys also have really good orange juice? 'Cause, like,
What do they put in that order? Here, am I right?
Let me elaborate. Your mind did not. Your body did not. Your souls did.
That doesn't help. The explanation.
Souls are powerful. They shape the world around us. So.
You tell me the bottom of my feet did this? Move your mood down, man.
Your jokes may work with other compatriots.
I don't think no.
I am not the one that has you.
Apparently humor is only one-dimensional.
Oh, but I'm up for that. That was pretty good.
That was special.
That teleported.
I trust you.
What do you say, Izzy? You want to go on another adventure? Yeah, we're in.
Alright. You.
I will make it my promise to you to protect you. And you would also. One of my skills is that I'm good with children.
No,
and that
he believes you.
Yeah,
he's just he's really just concerned about like I have so many textbooks I want to read at home.
Yeah.
And it's like, can I stop by my room before we go? I need to get some reading material.
I think there's a misunderstanding. I'm not asking you all to go anywhere.
Okay.
I'm merely asking you all to trust me.
Okay.
And to use me.
Harmon?
At that point, you're back in the normal environment. Bustling crowd is around you. The lights have turned normal. And
that'd be startling.
you were holding the orb, yes?
Yeah.
You see the golden orb in your hands, and the statue before you, the stone orb, is gone.
Oh.
And the cloth is also gone.
So the statue is now naked?
No.
Okay, because you said that the robes fell.
No. The statue is like non-depict. Like it's like human form.
Okay.
You know? But it's not like there's a
But there's
buttocks
no
and a
robe
dick
on it
there.
now.
There's
like
just
I
no
know,
like
but there's
It's like an
no
Oscar statue.
right. There's no
But
there's
it's
no
changed,
drapery
basically, yeah.
on it. Yes, it has changed.
But the orb has not gone back to stone. It's
It
still
is now the gold. It is not, by the way, solid gold. It is just the
I
gold
mean the color. That's
Yeah.
what I meant. Yes.
Because that would be heavy as fuck.
It's,
Also
it's
make us
already
rich.
pretty heavy for me.
Yeah.
Which you wouldn't
Um,
want.
You look smart. Does that have any mechanical things, or is it all?
Was it?
Is it more metaphysical?
I'm gonna go up to him and I'm gonna cover it with my hat.
I was thinking about
You better keep that hidden, son.
I was going to cover. I can't take the hat off. I need to look at it.
That's not keeping it hidden.
From what you saw, there was no blemish on the surface. Nothing that denotes that there might be like a hatch or anything.
Can I try
There's no sound when you try to shake it.
Can I try to see if I touch it, if I feel a living entity
ball?
still in it?
You touch it and you feel a strong sense of spirit.
Oh.
Do you hear me?
The woman appears again through the hat and says to you, "Yes, I hear you."
I just put in the hat.
Slowly.
At this point, you feel a hand on your shoulder. Upham! You recognize and you turn around and you see the face of Jumei.
Oh.
That's where we're going to end tonight.
Nice.
I was trying so hard hard every time you said the little woman, not being like, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh my god, that was awesome.
That was
First session.
really awesome.
First session.
Yay, and we all
Woo!
met.
No one died.
No one died.
It did seem like you guys might.
Someone did take a body mark.
I was gonna say,
yeah,
I felt like
but,
you were closest to death.
Yeah, I know. That was definitely. Oh my god. The fact that there's already been torture within my first.
Yep.
And by the way, I'm not trying to be a bad character, guys. When you guys are all like getting away from you, I'm not trying to be
No, we know. Your character is fun. I can't wait to get bullied by her.
Thank you all for attending the first session of In Memoria.
Thank you for
Yeah.
running. That's
Awesome.
very cool.
And yeah, I'll talk more in a second. I'm gonna go ahead and shut off the stream.
Awesome.
Bye, Aaron. We miss you.
Alright.